You do not know your own mind the way you think you do. This is not a claim about unconscious desires or hidden biases that psychologists discuss popularly. It is a claim about the very structure of self-knowledge that philosophy took for granted for centuries. Wilfrid Sellars proved that the most basic assumptions about how we access our own thoughts are wrong. Descartes built modern philosophy on the certainty that we know our minds directly and infallibly from within. 300 years of thinkers accepted this as so obvious it barely needed argument or defense. Sellars dismantled this assumption in a single essay that changed analytic philosophy permanently in 1956. The damage was so thorough that philosophy has never fully recovered its confidence about inner knowledge since. Here is the problem Sellars exposed with devastating precision and unrelenting logical force throughout his work. Philosophers claimed that raw sensory experience gives us knowledge, requiring no interpretation or conceptual framework. They said this given experience provides the foundation on which all other knowledge securely rests, stable. Sellars showed this is incoherent. Nothing can give knowledge without already presupposing knowledge to receive it. The implications reach far beyond technical epistemology into questions about what kind of beings we are. If there is no given, then minds do not passively receive reality, but actively construct experience conceptually. If concepts require language, then thought itself depends on social practices maintained by linguistic communities. The private Cartesian mind dissolves into a node in public networks of meaning and inference operating. Sellars asked the question that cuts deepest into human self-understanding with unflinching intellectual courage displayed. Science describes us as complex physical systems governed entirely by natural laws operating without exception. Yet we experience ourselves as rational agents who act for reasons and bear moral responsibility genuinely. Both descriptions seem true, but they appear fundamentally incompatible when examined with philosophical rigor applied. Most philosophers choose sides, either reduce the mental to the physical or insist the mental transcends nature. Sellars refused both options as intellectually dishonest evasions of a genuine problem requiring real solution. He demanded a philosophy that honours science completely while preserving everything essential about rational personhood. This demanded the most ambitious systematic philosophy since Kant, and Sellars delivered precisely that achievement. Robert Brandom ranked Sellars alongside Quine as the two most important philosophers of their entire generation. Daniel Dennett, the Churchlands, John McDowell, and Richard Rorty all built on foundations Sellars established first. Yet outside academic philosophy, Sellars remains virtually unknown despite shaping debates that matter to everyone living. His ideas about consciousness, knowledge and selfhood address questions every reflective person confronts eventually. Sellars anticipated the hard problem of consciousness 3 decades before David Chalmers made it famous widely. He recognized that explaining behavior differs fundamentally from explaining why experience feels like anything at all. He pioneered functionalism in philosophy of mind, while marking its precise limits regarding qualitative experience carefully. Contemporary consciousness studies inherit problems and frameworks that Sellars articulated with original precision and depth. His personal history shaped his philosophy in ways rarely acknowledged in purely intellectual treatments of his work. Son of a prominent philosopher educated in Paris and Oxford, he began as a French Marxist in youth. He served in military intelligence during World War II before teaching at Iowa, Minnesota, Yale, and Pittsburgh. Alcoholism eventually killed him, but not before he produced a body of work still being excavated for insights. The difficulty of Sellars' writing is legendary among philosophers who have struggled with his dense technical prose. He allegedly said he revised papers until only he could understand them, then revised them once more still. This difficulty reflects genuine complexity of problems, not obscurantism or failure of expository skill present. Patient engagement rewards readers with insights unavailable anywhere else in the philosophical literature existing currently. What follows is a comprehensive examination of every major idea Sellars developed across his philosophical career. We trace the arguments, expose the assumptions, show the historical development, and address the strongest criticisms. The goal is not summary, but genuine understanding of positions that transform philosophy and remain living options. Sellars sought to understand how everything hangs together. Understanding his philosophy requires the same ambition applied. Part 1. The Two Images of Humanity. Sellars identified a fundamental clash at the heart of modern thought that most people never notice. He called the competing frameworks the manifest image and the scientific image of man. These are not merely different perspectives, but complete rival pictures of what exists. Understanding this clash is essential before examining any of his specific philosophical arguments. The manifest image is how humans first came to understand themselves as beings in the world. It treats persons as the fundamental objects of reality alongside ordinary physical things. In this framework, you genuinely have thoughts, make choices, and act for reasons. Colours exist as they appear, and objects have the properties your senses reveal to you. This manifest image is not naive folk belief, but a sophisticated theoretical achievement. Sellars emphasized that it represents millennia of refinement through what he called correlational induction. The ancient philosophers who systematized common sense were doing legitimate empirical work. Aristotle and Plato developed and corrected this image with genuine intellectual rigor. The manifest image permits one crucial refinement that Sellars called categorical change. Philosophers debated whether persons are composite substances or immaterial souls in physical bodies. They questioned whether objects are fundamentally different from the space they occupy. Such debates remain within the manifest image as long as they avoid one specific move. That forbidden move is postulating unobservable entities to explain observable phenomena. The moment you hypothesize invisible particles or hidden forces, you exit the manifest image. This restriction defines the boundary between everyday understanding and theoretical science. Sellars stipulated this boundary to clarify what makes the scientific image genuinely different. The scientific image emerged when humans began explaining appearances by positing imperceptible entities. Atoms, electromagnetic fields, and subatomic particles have no place in ordinary experience. They were introduced theoretically to account for patterns that correlational methods could not explain. Science does not merely extend common sense, but introduces radically new kinds of objects. Consider the difference between observing that metals expand when heated and explaining why they do. Correlational induction discovers the reliable pattern linking temperature increase to expansion. But theoretical physics posits invisible molecular motions as the underlying causal mechanism. These molecules are not refined versions of visible things, but entirely new postulated entities. Sellars insisted that both images are idealizations designed to illuminate philosophical problems. No actual person thinks purely in manifest terms or purely in scientific terms. The images are analytical tools for understanding the tension within our total worldview. They function like idealized models in physics that simplify reality to reveal essential structure. The manifest image places persons at its center with full rational and moral status. It takes seriously that people deliberate, justify their actions, and hold each other accountable. This framework supports ethics, law, and all social practices requiring genuine agency. Without persons who truly act for reasons, there could be no responsibility or blame. The scientific image places processes at its center, governed entirely by natural law. It describes humans as extraordinarily complex physical systems without remainder or exception. Every thought correlates with neural activity and every choice with electrochemical processes. From this perspective, persons are patterns in matter rather than fundamental entities. Here lies the clash that Sellars considered the central problem for contemporary philosophy. If science is the measure of what exists, then persons might be illusions, like sunsets. The red of a sunset does not exist in the physical world, but only in experience. Perhaps personhood similarly exists only in our manifest self-understanding, and not in reality. Sellars wrote that science is the measure of all things, regarding what exists and what does not. This Scientia Mensura principle commits him to taking the scientific image with ultimate seriousness. Yet he simultaneously insisted that the manifest image captures something irreplaceable about humanity. Reconciling these commitments required philosophical work of extraordinary subtlety and depth. The perennial philosophy from Plato through Aquinas to contemporary phenomenology takes the manifest image seriously. It tries to understand the structure of persons, values, meanings, and intentional action. This tradition assumes that careful reflection on ordinary experience reveals genuine features of reality. Sellars respected this tradition while arguing it could not be the final philosophical word. Philosophy must achieve what Sellars called a stereoscopic fusion of the two competing images. Neither image can simply absorb or eliminate the other without catastrophic intellectual loss. The scientific image lacks resources for understanding reasons, norms, and rational agency. The manifest image cannot accommodate what physics reveals about the ultimate structure of matter. Some philosophers responded to this clash by restricting science to instrumental prediction without ontological commitment. They claimed that atoms and fields are useful fictions rather than real existence. Sellars rejected this instrumentalism as intellectually dishonest evasion of the genuine problem. Science works because it describes real structures that explain why predictions succeed. Other philosophers eliminated the manifest image entirely in favor of scientific materialism. They treated persons, meanings, and reasons as outdated concepts from pre-scientific folk psychology. Sellars rejected this eliminativism, despite his commitment to naturalism and scientific realism. The language of agency serves functions that no purely descriptive scientific language can replace. Sellars sought a middle path that he called saving the appearances of the manifest image. The scientific image would ultimately describe all of reality in physical terms without residue. Yet the categories of the manifest image would retain their validity for certain essential purposes. This required showing how normative discourse about reasons fits within a physical universe. The solution involved recognizing that placing something in the space of reasons is fundamentally different. Describing neural activity in causal terms differs categorically from attributing beliefs to persons. Both descriptions can be true of the same physical system at different levels of analysis. The levels are not competing, but complementary once their distinct functions become clear. Sellars anticipated objections from both scientific and humanistic directions with characteristic thoroughness. Scientists might wonder why we need manifest image categories if physics suffices for explanation. Humanists might fear that scientific priority reduces persons to mere mechanisms without dignity. Sellars addressed both concerns through his analysis of how conceptual frameworks actually function. The manifest image evolved historically as humans developed increasingly sophisticated self-understanding. It began with what Sellars called the original image, in which everything was personified. Early humans attributed agency to rivers, storms, and all striking natural phenomena. The manifest image resulted from restricting genuine personhood to beings that truly merit it. This depersonalization of nature represented enormous intellectual progress over magical thinking. Recognizing that rivers do not act for reasons required careful observation and critical reflection. The manifest image thus already contains scientific elements despite excluding theoretical postulation. It permits empirical generalizations and categorical debates while stopping short of invisible entities. The scientific image builds on this achievement by taking depersonalization one step further. Perhaps even the persons at the center of the manifest image are complex physical systems. Their apparent agency might reduce to sophisticated information processing in neural networks. This possibility motivates but does not yet establish eliminative materialism about the mental. Sellars thought the question of persons would be settled by completed science, not armchair philosophy. Current neuroscience cannot yet explain consciousness or agency in purely physical terms. But nothing in principle prevents such explanation from eventually succeeding completely. The philosopher should not legislate in advance what science may or may not discover. Meanwhile, the manifest image remains practically indispensable for navigating human social life. You cannot hold someone responsible without treating them as an agent with reasons. Legal systems, moral practices, and interpersonal relationships require manifest image categories throughout. Eliminating this framework would make human social existence literally impossible to conduct. The clash between images thus has both theoretical and practical dimensions requiring attention. Theoretically, we need to understand how two complete pictures can both be correct. Practically, we need guidance about which framework to apply in which circumstances. Sellars addressed both dimensions through careful analysis of concepts, language, and knowledge. Part 2. The Myth of the Given. Core Argument Structure. Sellars published his masterwork Empiricism and the Philosophy of Mind in 1956 to wide confusion. The essay attacked foundationalism so thoroughly that philosophy never fully recovered from the assault. He targeted something deeper than any particular theory of perception or knowledge. His critique dismantled an entire framework of assumptions spanning rationalist and empiricist traditions alike. The myth of the given names, the assumption that some cognitive states are epistemically self-authenticating. These privileged states supposedly justify other beliefs while requiring no justification themselves. They serve as the foundation on which all empirical knowledge securely rests. Without such foundations, many philosophers believed, knowledge would lack any anchor to reality. Foundationalism seems almost undeniable when you first consider how knowledge must be structured. If every belief required justification from another belief, an infinite regress would result. You would need a reason for your reason forever without end. Surely something must stop this regress by providing justification without needing justification itself. Empiricists located this foundation in sensory experience, delivering immediate contact with reality. When you see red, you have the redness directly present to consciousness without inference. This presence supposedly guarantees knowledge of at least that one thing appearing to you. From this secure base, you could then carefully infer facts about the external world. Rationalists located foundations in self-evident truths of reason grasped by intellectual intuition. Mathematical axioms and logical principles presented themselves as undeniably true upon reflection. Descartes' cogito exemplified this. You cannot doubt your own existence while doubting. Such indubitable starting points would anchor all subsequent knowledge built upon them. Sellars rejected both empiricist and rationalist versions of foundationalism with equal force. His critique targeted the shared assumption that anything could justify without needing justification. This assumption he declared a myth concealing deep philosophical confusions about knowledge itself. Exposing these confusions required examining what knowledge actually requires of any candidate state. The core argument proceeds through a deceptively simple observation about knowledge and classification. To know that something is the case requires classifying that thing under some concept. Even knowing that this appears red requires possessing and applying the concept of redness. Classification is not optional decoration added to bare knowledge, but constitutive of knowledge itself. Concepts do not exist in isolation, but only within networks of inferential relationships. Having the concept red means knowing how it relates to other concepts like color and orange. It means knowing what follows from something being red and what excludes redness. A concept without inferential connections to other concepts would not be a concept at all. This interconnection of concepts has a crucial consequence for any proposed epistemic foundation. To apply a concept, you must already possess the network in which that concept functions. But possessing such a network already involves knowledge of how concepts relate to each other. The supposedly foundational application of a concept thus presupposes prior conceptual knowledge. Consider the empiricist's claim that seeing red provides self-justifying foundational knowledge. For this experience to constitute knowledge, you must recognize it as an experience of red. Recognizing it as such requires possessing and correctly applying the concept of redness. Possessing that concept requires prior knowledge of how redness relates to other properties. The foundationalist might retreat to unconceptualized raw experience below all classification. Perhaps pure sensation without any conceptual content provides the ultimate epistemic foundation. But Sellars argued that unconceptualized states cannot play any justificatory role whatsoever. Something that is not even a classification cannot justify or fail to justify anything. Here lies the heart of Sellars' attack on the entire framework of epistemological givenness. States that could serve as foundations would need to justify without being conceptually structured. But only conceptually structured states can stand in justificatory relations to beliefs at all. Anything that could justify already requires the conceptual capacities that need justification. This creates what later philosophers called the Sellarsian dilemma for all foundationalist positions. Either the given is conceptually structured or it is not conceptually structured at all. If conceptually structured, then it already presupposes the knowledge it was meant to ground. If not conceptually structured, then it cannot stand in justificatory relations to anything. Sellars did not conclude that empirical knowledge is impossible or that skepticism wins. He concluded that the foundationalist picture of knowledge as a building on foundations is wrong. Knowledge has a different structure than foundationalists imagined for 300 years. Understanding that structure requires abandoning deeply entrenched assumptions about the mind. Part 3. Varieties of the given. Sense data, phenomenal and conceptual targets. Sellars recognized that the myth of the given takes many different forms, requiring separate examination. Philosophers propose various candidates for the foundational given across centuries of epistemology. Each candidate seemed to escape problems afflicting the others upon first consideration. But Sellars argued that every version succumbs to the same fundamental structural problem. Sense data theories provided the most explicit target for Sellars' critical examination. Bertrand Russell and early 20th century empiricists developed this position with technical precision. They claimed that perception involves immediate awareness of mental particulars called sense data. These sense data exist in the mind and possess the sensory qualities they appear to have. When you see a red apple, you are immediately aware of a red sense datum in consciousness. This sense datum actually is red in a way the physical apple may or may not be. You cannot be mistaken about the sense datum itself, however wrong you are about external objects. Knowledge of sense data thus provides an indubitable foundation for all empirical knowledge. Sellars showed that sense data theory conflates two very different kinds of claims together. One claim concerns what causes your experience when you perceive colored objects around you. Another claim concerns what justifies your beliefs about what you are currently perceiving. Sense data theorists illegitimately moved from causal relations to justificatory relations without argument. Even granting that sense data exist and cause beliefs about perception, the epistemological question remains: how does the mere occurrence of a sense datum justify any belief about that sense datum? The sense datum cannot justify unless the perceiver recognizes it as a sense datum of some type. That recognition already involves conceptual classification subject to standards of correctness. Phenomenalist versions of the given tried escaping these problems through linguistic maneuvers. They replaced talk of sense data with talk about how things appear to the perceiver. Appearance statements like "something looks red" seemed immune to error about external objects. You might be wrong that the wall is red, but not that it looks red to you. Sellars devoted careful analysis to the logic of look statements and appearance terminology. He distinguished three different uses that philosophers systematically conflated with each other. Sometimes looks red means there is a red thing you're seeing in normal conditions. Sometimes it means you are inclined to believe something is red, but withhold full commitment. Only the third use genuinely describes phenomenal appearances independently of external facts. But this phenomenal use turns out to presuppose, rather than ground, concepts of objective properties. You can only learn what looking red means after first learning what being red means. The appearance concept depends parasitically on the reality concept it was supposed to ground. Children do not first learn to describe their private experiences and then infer external objects. They first learn to describe public objects and only later develop vocabulary for appearances. The order of learning reveals the order of conceptual dependence running opposite foundationalist assumptions. Appearance concepts are sophisticated achievements, not primitive starting points for knowledge. Some philosophers proposed raw fields or qualia as a more minimal given, escaping Sellars' objections. These would be purely qualitative features of experience without any conceptual content whatsoever. The redness of a red experience would be intrinsically present before any classification occurs. Such unconceptualized qualities would provide the ultimate basis for empirical knowledge. Sellars argued that unconceptualized states cannot perform any epistemic function in our cognitive economy. An experience that is not recognized as anything cannot justify beliefs about anything at all. Raw feels may exist as causal factors in producing beliefs, but causation is not justification. The demand for foundations requires states with epistemic powers that unconceptualized states lack. Rationalist versions of the given fared no better than empiricist versions under Sellars' analysis. Self-evident truths and intellectual intuitions still require recognition to justify anything at all. Recognizing a truth as self-evident involves conceptual classification and standards of correctness. The supposed transparency of reason to itself conceals the same problems afflicting sensory givenness. Even Cartesian certainty about one's own existence involves more than a bare, unconceptualized state. The cogito requires possessing concepts of thought, existence, and self to yield any knowledge. Descartes' supposed foundation already presupposes an elaborate conceptual framework for its articulation. The apparent self-evidence conceals the prior knowledge required to grasp the conclusion. Sellars thus attacked not one theory, but an entire family of theories sharing hidden assumptions. The assumption was that something could be epistemically efficacious without being conceptually structured. This assumption united empiricists, rationalists, phenomenalists, and sense-data theorists in error. Sellars' critique applied wherever philosophers sought cognitive freebies requiring no conceptual investment. Part 4. The Sellarsian Dilemma. Why the given cannot justify. The Sellarsian dilemma crystallizes the core of Sellars' critique into a rigorous argumentative structure. Later philosophers formalized this dilemma to make its logical force absolutely explicit and unavoidable. Understanding the dilemma precisely reveals why no version of the given can escape the critique. The problem lies in the very concept of a self-justifying epistemic state, not implementation details. The dilemma begins with a simple question about any proposed candidate for the foundational given. Does this candidate state possess conceptual content, or does it lack conceptual content entirely? These options exhaust the logical possibilities, and each leads to devastating consequences. Either horn of the dilemma destroys the foundationalist ambitions motivating appeal to the given. Suppose first that the given state possesses conceptual content structuring its character internally. A conceptually contentful state represents the world as being some way rather than another. It classifies what it is about under concepts that carry inferential connections to other concepts. Having conceptual content means participating in the normative web of reasons and inferences. But participation in this normative web already involves knowledge of how concepts properly apply. To represent something as red, you must know what counts as correct application of redness. This knowledge of correctness conditions cannot itself be derived from the state being examined. The supposedly foundational state already presupposes the knowledge it was meant to generate. The state cannot justify beliefs about the world if it already requires knowledge to be possessed. Epistemic foundations were supposed to provide knowledge without presupposing any prior knowledge. A state requiring conceptual knowledge for its operation cannot serve as an absolute starting point. The foundation rests on something deeper, contradicting its status as ultimate foundation. Suppose, alternatively, that the given state lacks conceptual content entirely in its intrinsic nature. Such a state would be a bare particular occurrence without representing anything as being anything. It would not classify, describe, or characterize the world in any determinate manner whatsoever. Pure causal happenings in the nervous system would exemplify such unconceptualized states perfectly. But non-conceptual states cannot stand in justificatory relations to conceptually structured beliefs at all. Justification is a relation between items that can be assessed as correct or incorrect. Only things with propositional or conceptual content can be evaluated for truth, accuracy, or appropriateness. Bare causal happenings simply occur without being right or wrong, justified or unjustified. A neural firing cannot justify a belief because neural firings are not the kind of thing that justifies. They cause belief, certainly, but causation and justification are categorically different relations entirely. The tree falling causes me to believe something fell, but the falling does not justify that belief. What justifies is my seeing the tree fall, which involves conceptual recognition of the event. Donald Davidson later expressed a similar point with memorable clarity about experience and belief. He said that nothing can count as a reason for holding a belief except another belief. Experiences cause beliefs, but only beliefs with propositional content can justify other beliefs. The logical space of reasons admits only items capable of bearing logical relations to each other. The dilemma is exhaustive because every possible candidate falls on one side or the other. There is no third option between having conceptual content and lacking conceptual content completely. Some philosophers proposed intermediate states with non-conceptual representational content as an escape, but Sellars' critique anticipated and addresses such sophistications with equal devastating force. Non-conceptual content, sophisticated enough to represent the world, already involves classification standards. A state that represents something as red without concepts still distinguishes red from non-red somehow. This discrimination requires sensitivity to correctness conditions governing the representation's accuracy. Such sensitivity already participates in the normative framework the given was meant to precede. The deepest lesson of the Sellarsian dilemma concerns the nature of justification and knowledge themselves. Justification is not a causal relation between a belief and something impacting the believer. It is a normative relation between items in the space of reasons subject to rational evaluation. Only things already within this space can justify things within it by standing in appropriate relations. The given was supposed to connect the space of reasons to something outside it, providing ultimate grounding. But nothing outside the space of reasons can have the normative properties required for justification. And anything inside the space already presupposes the normative framework needing grounding. The very concept of an epistemic foundation outside the space of reasons proves incoherent. Part 5. Psychological Nominalism. No awareness without concepts. Sellars endorsed a radical thesis he called psychological nominalism about the structure of awareness. All awareness of sorts, resemblances and facts presupposes the acquisition of linguistic capacities. There is no pre-linguistic cognitive grasp of general features or abstract structures whatsoever. This thesis directly contradicts assumptions held across most of Western philosophical history. Philosophers traditionally assumed that minds can grasp universals independently of language possession. You recognize that two things are both read by apprehending the universal redness they share. This apprehension of universals seemed to explain how general concepts become possible in the first place. Language merely names what the mind already grasps through direct intellectual awareness. Sellars reversed this traditional ordering completely through his psychological nominalist thesis. Awareness of something as red requires having the concept red functioning in your cognitive system. Having the concept red requires possessing the linguistic abilities to use the word red appropriately. No pre-linguistic awareness of redness exists prior to or independent of concept acquisition. This does not mean infants and animals have no mental states responsive to colours and shapes. Organisms can discriminate red from green and react differentially without possessing any concepts. But such differential responsiveness is not yet awareness of something as red or as green. Awareness involves recognizing what you encounter as falling under concepts you possess. The difference between discrimination and awareness marks a crucial boundary in cognitive development. A thermostat discriminates temperature differences and responds appropriately without any awareness whatsoever. It has no concept of temperature, warmth, or cold, despite its reliable differential responses. Adding concept possession transforms mere discrimination into genuine cognitive awareness of properties. Sellars argued that concept possession is fundamentally a linguistic ability involving normative standards. To have the concept red, you must know how to use the word in appropriate circumstances. This knowledge includes recognizing correct applications, drawing proper inferences, and making suitable connections. Concepts are positions in a language game governed by rules of correctness and incorrectness. Psychological nominalism entails that awareness of abstract features came relatively late in human evolution. Our ancestors presumably discriminated colours and shapes long before possessing concepts of them. Only with the development of language did genuine awareness of general features become possible. Language did not merely name pre-existing awareness, but made such awareness possible for the first time. This thesis challenges deep-seated assumptions about the mind's immediate access to reality's structure. We want to believe that perception directly reveals properties existing independently of our conceptualization. Sellars argued that what perception reveals depends constitutively on the concepts we bring to it. The world does not sort itself into kinds for us. Our concepts do the sorting. Critics charged that psychological nominalism makes language acquisition itself completely inexplicable. If awareness requires concepts and concepts require language, then how could language ever begin? The first language learner would need concepts to learn language, but language to have concepts. This chicken and egg problem seemed to refute Sellars' thesis through simple, logical impossibility. Sellars responded by distinguishing between individual acquisition and historical or evolutionary development. Individual children learn language from communities already possessing rich linguistic resources. They do not need pre-linguistic awareness because the concepts exist in the social environment already. Language acquisition involves being trained into practices that pre-exist any individual learner. The harder question concerns how language itself originally developed in human prehistory. Here, Sellars appealed to gradual evolution of increasingly sophisticated discrimination and signalling systems. Primitive vocalizations linked to behaviors slowly developed normative dimensions through social reinforcement. No sharp line separated pre-linguistic signaling from primitive language. The transition was continuous. Psychological nominalism connects intimately with Sellars' rejection of the myth of the given. The given promised awareness of features prior to and independent of all conceptual structuring. Psychological nominalism denies that any such prelinguistic awareness exists or could exist at all. Every genuine awareness involves concepts, and concepts involve language and normative social practices. The thesis also has profound implications for understanding animal minds and artificial intelligence. Animals may have sophisticated discrimination abilities without possessing concepts or genuine awareness. The question becomes whether they participate in normative practices with standards of correctness. Mere behavioral flexibility, however impressive, does not suffice for genuine conceptual thought. Part 6. The Space of Reasons. Normativity and Epistemic Standing. Sellars introduced one of philosophy's most influential metaphors when he spoke of the space of reasons. Characterizing a state as knowledge places it within a logical space of justifying and being justified. This space is fundamentally normative, structured by relations of correctness and appropriateness. Entering the space of reasons transforms a mere happening into something accessible for rational merit. The space of reasons contrasts sharply with the space of causes governing physical nature. Causal relations connect events through natural laws without any normative dimension whatsoever. One billiard ball causes another to move, but neither ball does anything right or wrong. The causal order simply is what it is, without standards of correctness or incorrectness applying. Epistemic and intentional states inhabit a different realm where normativity is absolutely essential. A belief is not just a brain state, but a commitment accessible as justified or unjustified. An inference is not just a causal transition, but a move evaluable as valid or invalid. Removing the normative dimension from mental states removes everything distinctively mental about them. Sellars made this point by comparing the naturalistic fallacy in ethics to foundationalism in epistemology. Just as you cannot derive ought from is in ethics, you cannot derive epistemic status from mere facts. The fact that a brain state occurred tells you nothing about whether it constitutes knowledge. Knowledge requires standing in appropriate normative relations that mere occurrences cannot possess. This insight has revolutionary implications for understanding the relationship between mind and nature. If mental states are essentially normative, they cannot simply reduce to physical brain states. Physical states lack normativity intrinsically, since the physical world contains no oughts whatsoever. The mind-body problem thus becomes the problem of how normativity fits into nature. Sellars did not conclude that minds are non-physical, or that dualism is true, however tempting. He sought a naturalism that respects normativity without eliminating it or reducing it away. The solution involved understanding how normative relations can be realized in physical systems. This required his distinctive approach to concepts, language, and social practices described below. The space of reasons is not merely logical, but also social in its fundamental constitution. Norms of correctness do not descend from a Platonic realm, but emerge from human practices. What counts as a correct inference depends on standards maintained by linguistic communities over time. Rationality is a social achievement, not an individual capacity exercised in isolation from others. This social dimension connects Sellars to pragmatist themes running through American philosophy. Charles Sanders, Peirce and John Dewey emphasized the communal nature of inquiry and knowledge. Sellars integrated these insights with the logical rigor characteristic of analytic philosophy's best work. The result was a unique synthesis that influenced subsequent generations in multiple directions. Robert Brandom later developed Sellars' suggestions into a comprehensive theory of discursive practice. His Inferentialism treats meaning and content as constituted by inferential roles in social practices. John McDowell emphasized the space of reasons to address how thought connects with world. Both philosophers acknowledge their fundamental debts to Sellars' pioneering conceptual framework. The space of reasons does not float free from the causal order, but is realized within it. Beliefs are brain states that also occupy positions in the normative space of justification. The same item can be described causally as a neural event, or normatively as a commitment. These descriptions are not competing, but complementary, capturing different aspects of one reality. Understanding this dual character of mental states was central to Sellars' entire philosophical project. The manifest image captures the normative dimension essential to persons and rational agency. The scientific image captures the causal dimension essential to physical explanation and prediction. Neither image alone provides a complete picture of minded creatures in a physical world. The space of reasons also explains why knowledge requires more than reliable belief production. A thermometer reliably indicates temperature, but possesses no knowledge because it lacks normative standing. It cannot justify its readings or recognize them as correct or incorrect relative to standards. Knowledge requires not just getting things right, but being positioned to justify getting them right. Part 7. Causes versus Reasons. The Categorical Gap. The distinction between causes and reasons marks perhaps the deepest divide in Sellars' philosophy. These two types of explanation belong to fundamentally different frameworks with different logics. Confusing them generates the philosophical perplexities that Sellars spent his career dissolving. Keeping them clearly distinguished enables progress on problems that otherwise seem permanently intractable. Causal explanations work by subsuming particular events under general laws of natural regularity. The stone fell because gravity accelerates masses toward each other according to precise mathematical relationships. Such explanations make no reference to purposes, reasons, or normative considerations of any kind. The stone does not fall for a reason, but merely as a consequence of physical law. Reason explanations work by placing actions and beliefs within rational patterns of justification. She went to the store because she wanted milk and believed the store sells milk. This explanation makes the action intelligible by showing how it makes sense given her reasons. It does not identify causes, but locates the act within a rational structure of ends and means. Both types of explanation can apply to the very same event without contradiction or competition. Her going to the store has both causes in her brain and reasons in her deliberation. The neural causes do not eliminate the reasons any more than reasons eliminate the neural causes. They answer different questions and satisfy different explanatory interests we bring to events. Sellars insisted that reasons are not just causes described in a different vocabulary or level. The relationship between reasons and actions is not the relationship between causes and effects. Causal relations hold regardless of how we describe the relator or whether we describe them at all. Reason relations depend essentially on the descriptions under which we characterize the items related. An action done for a reason is related to that reason under a specific description specifying content. She went to the store because she believed that it sells milk, not under any neural description. Change the description, and you may change whether the reason relation holds, even with same physical events. This intentionality distinguishes reason relations categorically from extensional causal relations. Some philosophers tried reducing reasons to causes by identifying beliefs with brain states causally efficacious. If believing the store sells milk just is a certain brain state, then reasons are causes after all. Sellars rejected this reduction because it loses the normative dimension essential to reason relations. The brain state causes behavior, but only the belief with its content justifies or rationalizes action. The categorical gap between causes and reasons parallels the gap between facts and norms generally. From the fact that brain state B causes behavior X, nothing follows about whether X is justified. Justification requires showing that the content of B makes X appropriate, not just that B caused X. No amount of causal information alone can establish the normative standing of a belief or action. This distinction has profound implications for psychology and cognitive science as empirical disciplines. Scientific psychology explains behavior by identifying causal mechanisms in brains and nervous systems. Rational psychology explains behavior by identifying the reasons that make actions intelligible to agents. These are complementary projects addressing different questions, not competing theories of behavior. Eliminative materialists who would abolish reason explanations entirely misunderstand their distinctive function. Even perfect neuroscience would not replace reason explanations because it answers different questions entirely. Knowing exactly which neurons fired when she walked to the store does not tell you her reasons. The reasons concern her propositional attitudes, not her neurophysiological states described as such. Conversely, philosophers who insulate reasons completely from causal considerations also err fundamentally. Reasons must make causal differences if they are to explain why agents act as they do. A reason that had no causal efficacy would be epiphenomenal and could explain nothing whatsoever. The challenge is understanding how normatively characterized states can also be causally efficacious. Sellars addressed this challenge through his functionalist treatment of mental states described below. Mental states are functionally characterized by their roles in causing behavior and other mental states. These functional roles can be described normatively as inferential relations or causally as transition patterns. The same system admits both descriptions without either eliminating or replacing the other. Part 8. The Myth of Jones' Eye. Rylean ancestors, and behaviorism's limits. Sellars constructed an elaborate philosophical fable to explain how mental concepts actually function. This myth of Jones describes an imaginary history illuminating the conceptual structure of psychological vocabulary. Though fictional, the myth reveals necessary connections between concepts that analysis alone might miss. It demonstrates how mental discourse could arise and what it presupposes for its intelligibility. The myth begins with our Rylean ancestors, named for the philosopher Gilbert Ryle's behaviorist tendencies. These ancestors possess language but lack any vocabulary for inner mental episodes whatsoever. They describe people entirely in terms of observable behavior and behavioral dispositions publicly accessible. Their psychology is purely third person with no reference to private inner experiences or states. Rylean language includes sophisticated dispositional vocabulary describing what people would do in various circumstances. Someone is called irritable if disposed to anger easily across a range of provoking situations. Someone is called believing that it will rain if disposed to carry umbrellas and cancel picnics. Such descriptions explain and predict behavior without positing any inner episodes causing it. This Rylean framework captures much of what we ordinarily mean by psychological attributions today. Saying someone wants coffee often just means they would accept coffee if offered some now. Saying someone believes the train leaves at noon means they would act accordingly given relevant opportunities. Behavioral dispositions seem adequate for most practical purposes of psychological description and explanation. But Sellars argued that purely dispositional resources face explanatory limitations requiring additional theoretical apparatus. Sometimes people behave in ways that violate their standing dispositions without any obvious environmental cause. Someone disposed to be cheerful suddenly acts depressed, though circumstances have not observably changed at all. Rylean resources cannot explain such behavioral variations arising from unobservable internal changes. The Rylean framework also cannot explain the difference between genuine speech and meaningless noise production. A parrot may produce sounds indistinguishable from human assertions without actually asserting anything at all. What distinguishes genuine assertion is something about the speaker not reducible to behavioral dispositions. The same disposition to produce sounds may be present whether or not meaning accompanies the production. Furthermore, intelligent behavior sometimes occurs without extended behavioral manifestation revealing its intelligence. Someone solving a problem mentally may sit motionless for hours before announcing the solution suddenly. The Rylean can describe only the disposition to announce solutions, not the mental process producing them. Yet surely something important happened during those quiet hours that explanation should capture somehow. These limitations motivated the theoretical innovation introduced by the mythical genius figure Jones. Jones proposed that behind observable behavior lie unobservable inner episodes causing behavioral patterns. These inner episodes are theoretical posits introduced to explain what behavioral vocabulary cannot explain alone. They are not given in experience but hypothesized as the best explanation for observable phenomena. The revolutionary insight of Sellars' myth is that mental concepts function like theoretical concepts in science. Just as physicists posit unobservable particles to explain observable phenomena, we posit thoughts to explain behavior. Thoughts are not self-intimating presences known directly through introspection before all theorizing. They are theoretical entities whose existence we infer from the explanatory work they perform. This inverts the traditional Cartesian picture of mental knowledge completely and radically. Descartes held that we know our own minds directly and must infer the external world theoretically. Sellars argued that we know the external world directly through perception and infer inner episodes theoretically. The order of epistemic priority runs opposite to what introspection seems to reveal about itself. The Rylean ancestors thus represent not primitive humans, but the conceptual foundation underlying mentalistic discourse. Behavioral and dispositional concepts are more basic than concepts of inner episodes logically and epistemologically. We must already understand publicly observable behavior to introduce inner episodes as explanations of it. The private presupposes the public, not the other way around, as Descartes and his followers assumed. Part 9. The Myth of Jones II. Thoughts as Theoretical Posits. Jones introduces his revolutionary theory of inner episodes by modelling them on overt verbal behaviour. He proposes that thinking is like speaking to oneself without producing any observable sounds or movements. Inner thoughts have the same structure as outer speech acts, but occur privately within the thinker. This modelling on language makes mental episodes intelligible by connecting them to already understood phenomena. The analogy with speech is not accidental, but reveals something essential about the nature of thought. Thoughts have propositional content, just as sentences express propositions through their linguistic meaning. A thought that snow is white represents the world as containing white snow, just as the sentence does. The semantic properties of thoughts derive from and parallel the semantic properties of language. Jones' genius recognizes that inner speech episodes can explain behavioral patterns that overt speech cannot. Someone behaving erratically may be conducting an inner debate whose outcome determines their shifting behavior. Positing such inner episodes makes sense of behavior that otherwise seems random or inexplicable completely. The theoretical utility of thought attributions justifies their introduction despite their unobservability. Importantly, Jones does not claim to observe thoughts directly when he introduces his theory initially. He infers their existence from their explanatory power, just as physicists infer unobservable particles. The thoughts are theoretical entities postulated to fill explanatory gaps in the Rylean framework. Their status as theoretical does not make them any less real than electrons or electromagnetic fields. Sellars emphasized that theoretical entities introduced for explanatory purposes can be entirely real nonetheless. Scientific realism holds that well-confirmed theoretical entities exist as genuinely as observable objects. Thoughts introduced theoretically to explain behavior may be just as real as the behaviors they explain. The theoretical origin of a concept says nothing about the ontological status of what it describes. Once thoughts are introduced, theoretically, the linguistic community can learn to self-attribute them directly. Jones trains his fellows to say, "I am thinking that P whenever they would have said P aloud before. What begins as theoretical inference becomes, through training, apparently immediate self-knowledge of inner states. The immediacy of introspection is a product of training, not a primitive epistemic, given we start with. This explains how first-person authority about our own thoughts is possible without any myth of the given. We are reliable reporters of our own thoughts because we were trained to report them under appropriate conditions. This reliability does not require infallible direct access to a Cartesian inner theatre of the mind. It requires only that training has made us sensitive indicators of our own cognitive states and processes. The comparison with thermometers illuminates the nature of introspective self-knowledge precisely. Thermometers reliably indicate temperature without any awareness of temperature or knowledge that they indicate it. Humans reliably self-report thoughts and do know that they are reliable indicators of their own states. This reflexive knowledge that we are reliable distinguishes genuine self-knowledge from mere reliable indication. Jones' theory thus occupies a middle ground between Cartesian infallibility and eliminativist skepticism about introspection. We genuinely know our own minds, but not through mystical direct access, immune to all possible error. We know them through trained sensitivity that is highly reliable without being absolutely incorrigible. Mistakes about our own thoughts are possible even if relatively rare under normal functioning conditions. The myth also explains why mental vocabulary developed at all when behavioral vocabulary was already available. Theoretical refinement occurs when existing frameworks face anomalies they cannot accommodate successfully. Jones introduced thoughts because purely behavioral explanations left important phenomena unexplained and unpredicted. The pressure of explanatory inadequacy drove the conceptual innovation that generated psychological discourse. Contemporary cognitive science recapitulates this theoretical structure using different vocabularies and methods. Cognitive scientists posit internal representations and computational processes to explain behavioral data systematically. These posits function theoretically in exactly the way Jones' original thought posits functioned. The difference is methodological sophistication and empirical precision, not the fundamental explanatory strategy employed. Part 10. The Myth of Jones III. Sensations and their peculiar status. The myth of Jones has a second chapter addressing sensory experiences distinct from thoughts entirely. Sellars recognized that sensations present different theoretical challenges than propositional thoughts do. Thoughts have content specifiable in that, clauses describing how they represent the world as being. Sensations have qualitative character not fully capturable in propositional terms or linguistic descriptions. When you experience the redness of a tomato, something happens beyond merely thinking that it is red. There is a qualitative feel, a phenomenal character, a what it is like that thoughts alone lack. This qualitative dimension of experience poses special problems for any purely functionalist or theoretical account. Jones must therefore introduce sensations as a second type of inner episode alongside thoughts. Jones models sensations not on inner speech but on the qualities of the external objects perceived. A red sensation is introduced as an inner state that is itself somehow red, not merely representing redness, The redness of the sensation differs from the redness that the sensation is of in external objects. Sensations have intrinsic qualitative properties that external objects cause, but that exist only in perceivers. This might seem like a return to sense data theory, which Sellars emphatically criticized and rejected. But the crucial difference lies in the theoretical status that sensations have in Jones' framework. Sense data were supposed to be immediately known foundations requiring no theoretical framework for their apprehension. Sensations in Jones' theory are theoretical posits whose existence is inferred from explanatory considerations. Sensations explain why the same object can appear differently to different perceivers or circumstances. The red apple looks darker in dim light because the sensations it causes differ across lighting conditions. Without inner sensory episodes, we could not explain perceptual variation while objects remain unchanged. Sensations mediate between stable external objects and variable perceptual experiences of those objects. Sensations also explain perceptual mistakes, illusions, and hallucinations where experience diverges from reality. In hallucination, you have sensations as if perceiving an object when no appropriate object exists. The sensation is real, even though its normal external cause is absent in the hallucinatory case. This explanatory work justifies positing sensations despite their theoretical rather than given status. Sellars insisted that sensations differ fundamentally from thoughts in their relationship to brain science. Thoughts are functionally defined by their roles in causing behavior and other mental states. Their intrinsic nature might be neurophysiological without affecting what makes them the thoughts they are. Functional role exhausts what matters for thought identity. Internal constitution is irrelevant to it. Sensations, by contrast, have intrinsic qualitative properties essential to being the sensations they are. A red sensation is not red merely functionally, but possesses redness as an intrinsic qualitative feature. If brain states realize sensations, those brain states must somehow possess qualitative character intrinsically. The hard problem of consciousness emerges precisely here in accounting for qualitative intrinsic properties. Sellars anticipated the hard problem that David Chalmers would famously articulate decades later clearly. He recognized that explaining why brain states feel like something poses unique difficulties for materialism. Functional organization might be realized in systems without any qualitative experience whatsoever being present. Something more than function seems needed to account for the felt quality of sensory consciousness. His proposed solution involved grain argument, reasoning about the relationship between sensations and brain states. Sensations seem to have homogeneous qualitative character, while brain states consist of discrete neurons. A pink sensation appears uniformly pink, while the brain process is granular and composed of parts. This mismatch suggests that sensations cannot simply be identified with currently understood brain states directly. Sellars speculated that future science might reconceptualize matter in ways accommodating qualitative sensory properties. Perhaps completed physics will describe fundamental processes with intrinsic qualitative characters we cannot now imagine. Scientific images can change dramatically, Nothing guarantees current physics, captures ultimate physical reality. The hard problem might dissolve when science develops categories adequate to sensory consciousness eventually. Part 11. Functionalism Origins. What Sellars actually proposed. Sellars is widely credited with originating functionalist approaches to mind that dominated late 20th century philosophy. Daniel Dennett acknowledged that contemporary functionalism traces directly back to Sellars' pioneering proposals. But what Sellars actually proposed was more subtle and limited than later functionalist theories claimed. Understanding his actual view prevents misattributions and reveals functionalism's genuine original insights. Functionalism in philosophy of mind holds that mental states are defined by their functional roles. What makes something a belief is not its intrinsic composition, but its place in the causal functional economy. The same belief could be realized in neurons, silicon chips, or any medium supporting appropriate functional organization. Multiple realizability of mental states follows directly from their functional rather than compositional definition. Sellars defended a functionalist account specifically of intentional states like beliefs, desires, and thoughts. These states are characterized by their propositional contents representing the world as being some way. What makes a state the belief that snow is white is its functional role vis-à-vis that propositional content. The intrinsic nature of the physical realizer matters nothing for its intentional characterization. The functional roles defining intentional states are normatively characterized, not just causally described. A belief that P should lead to asserting P when asked should combine with relevant desires appropriately. These are norms governing correct function, not mere statistical regularities of actual causal patterns. Intentional states inhabit the normative space of reasons while being realized in the causal order. Sellars' functionalism about intentional states connects directly to his inferentialist theory of meaning. The content of a belief derives from inferential connections to other beliefs and behavioral outputs. What you believe is determined by how that belief should function in reasoning and action guidance. Functional role in inference constitutes content. Content does not exist prior to functional role. This view enables Sellars to maintain naturalism while preserving the normativity of mental content. Intentional states are physically realized, but their intentional characterization employs normative vocabulary essentially. The physical system is a belief system when its causal organization mirrors appropriate normative inferential structure. Normativity enters through the characterization of functional roles, not through non-physical substance. Crucially, Sellars did not extend his functionalism to sensory consciousness and qualitative experience. As discussed previously, sensations possess intrinsic qualitative properties not exhausted by functional role alone. A state functionally equivalent to a red sensation might lack the felt redness that defines that sensation. Functionalism about qualia faces the inverted spectrum and zombie problems that plague later theories. This limitation is not a defect in Sellars' view, but a recognition of genuine philosophical complexity. He distinguished sharply between the intentionality-body problem and the sensorium-body problem for good reason. Intentionality yields to functionalist treatment because it is essentially relational and inferentially constituted. Qualitative consciousness resists because it involves intrinsic features that relations alone cannot capture. Later, functionalists who ignored this distinction produced theories vulnerable to devastating objections. Bloch, Chalmers, and others showed that functional organization alone cannot guarantee qualitative consciousness. A functionally identical zombie would behave identically while experiencing nothing whatsoever, presumably. Sellars' original limited functionalism avoids these objections by not claiming to solve the hard problem. The myth of Jones illustrates how functionalism about thought content can be true without mystery. Thoughts are introduced theoretically as states with functional roles explaining behavior and cognition. Their physical realization can vary while their thought character remains constant across realizations completely. This theoretical introduction provides clear criteria for thought attribution without reducing thought to neuroscience. Sellars thus pioneered functionalism while marking its proper limits with greater precision than followers maintained. He offered a functionalist theory of intentionality combined with a non-functionalist theory of sensory consciousness. This combination remains philosophically attractive given persistent difficulties with pure functionalism about qualia. The hard problem may require theoretical resources beyond functional organization to solve eventually. Part 12. The Intentionality-Body Problem. Thought meets physics. Sellars recognized that the mind-body problem actually contains at least two quite distinct problems. The intentionality-body problem concerns how physical systems can have states representing the world. The Sensorium-Body problem concerns how physical systems can have states with qualitative felt character. Conflating these problems guaranteed continued confusion about what a solution would even require. Intentionality is the aboutness or directedness of mental states toward objects, properties, and states of affairs. Your belief that Paris is beautiful is about Paris and represents it as beautiful in content. This representational character distinguishes mental states from mere physical states lacking any aboutness. A rock is not about anything. It simply is what it is without representing anything beyond itself. The puzzle of intentionality asks how mere matter can come to represent or mean anything whatsoever. Neurons are just cells exchanging chemicals and electrical signals across synapses without intrinsic meaning. How do arrangements of meaningless neurons constitute meaningful thoughts about abstract matters far away? This question troubled philosophers since Brentano identified intentionality as the mark of the mental. Sellars' solution appeals to functional role within a system embedded in environmental and social contexts. A neural state represents snow as white because of how it functions in the system's cognitive economy. It is caused by white snow, causes assertions that snow is white, and connects inferentially to related beliefs. This complex functional role constitutes its intentional content. The content is not added mysteriously from outside. The key insight is that intentionality is relational rather than intrinsic to isolated physical states. No neural state considered in complete isolation from its context represents anything at all whatsoever. Representation emerges from patterns of relationships connecting states to world, behavior, and other states. Isolate the state and you lose the representational character that depends on those very relationships. This relational view makes intentionality naturalistically explicable without reducing content to neuroscience directly. We need not find aboutness lurking inside neurons as some intrinsic property of biological matter. Aboutness emerges from organizational patterns that neurons realize through their causal interactions systematically. The emergence is not magical, but explicable through functional role analysis of cognitive systems. Critics worried that functional role cannot determine content uniquely because roles might be shared ambiguously. Two states with identical internal functional roles might represent different contents in different environments. This objection led to externalist theories incorporating environmental and historical factors into content determination. Sellars anticipated such externalism through his emphasis on language-world relations and social contexts throughout. The social dimension proves essential for understanding how intentional content becomes determinate at all. Individual neural states acquire content through participation in linguistic practices maintained by communities over time. The community's use of words determines what those words and associated thoughts represent in the world. Private representation presupposes public language that exists only in social space among multiple users. This social externalism connects intentionality to normativity in ways distinguishing Sellars from later functionalists. Content is not just causal role, but normative role, how states should function according to community standards. Misrepresentation is possible because actual function can deviate from normatively correct function determinately. Without normative standards, there could be no distinction between correct and incorrect representation at all. Sellars thus dissolves the intentionality-body problem rather than solving it through mysterious new entities. The problem assumed that intentionality must be an intrinsic property of mental states requiring special explanation. Once we recognize that intentionality is relational and normative, the mystery disappears without residue remaining. Physical systems can be intentional systems when appropriately organized and embedded in normative social practices. This solution leaves the Sensorium-Body problem entirely untouched and unaddressed by functional considerations. Qualitative consciousness presents a genuinely different challenge that relational and normative accounts cannot meet. Sellars' intellectual honesty led him to acknowledge this remaining difficulty rather than claiming false completeness. The mind-body problem is partly solved and partly still awaiting theoretical resources not yet available. Part 13, the Sensorium-Body problem, consciousness before Chalmers. Decades before David Chalmers distinguished hard and easy problems of consciousness, Sellars saw the distinction clearly. He recognized that explaining behavior and cognitive function differs fundamentally from explaining felt quality. Functional organization might suffice for the former while leaving the latter completely untouched and unexplained. This insight marks Sellars as philosophically prescient about issues that exploded into prominence only later. The Sensorium-Body problem asks how physical processes can have qualitative phenomenal character at all. When you see red, there is something it is like to have that experience with specific felt quality. This what it is likeness seems to be an intrinsic feature of the experience, not a relational property. How can arrangements of neurons, however complex, generate intrinsic qualitative fields from nothing? Sellars approached this problem through what he called the grain argument about sensory homogeneity. Visual sensations of uniform pink appear homogeneously continuous without detectable parts or grain structure. Brain processes consist of discrete neurons with gaps between them and granular electrochemical activities. The apparent smoothness of sensation seems incompatible with the known graininess of neural processes. This argument might be answered by noting that homogeneity could be representational rather than intrinsic. The sensation might represent smoothness, while itself being realized in grainy neural structures unproblematically. But Sellars insisted that sensations have qualitative properties, not merely represent things as having them. A pink sensation is itself somehow pink, not merely a representation of pinkness in external objects. This distinction between having and representing qualities marks the crux of the hard problem precisely. If sensations merely represented qualities, functional accounts explaining representation would explain sensation fully. Because sensations instantiate qualities intrinsically, something beyond representation and function seems required. The hard problem resists functional solutions because function is relational, while qualia seem intrinsic essentially. Sellars considered but rejected eliminativist responses that would deny the existence of qualitative consciousness. The Churchlands later argued that folk psychological categories including qualia might be scientifically eliminable. But Sellars thought the phenomenal character of experience was too evident to be explained away entirely. Whatever else science discovers, it must accommodate the undeniable fact that experiences have felt qualities. He also considered but rejected dualist responses that would place qualia outside the physical world entirely. Cartesian dualism solves the problem by making consciousness non-physical, but creates worse problems explaining interaction. How could non-physical qualia causally affect physical behavior if they are outside the causal order completely? Dualism trades one mystery for another without genuine philosophical progress toward understanding anything. Sellars' preferred approach involved reconceiving the physical rather than abandoning physicalism about mind. Perhaps our current physical concepts are inadequate to the full nature of physical reality itself. Future physics might describe matter in ways that accommodate intrinsic qualitative properties we cannot now imagine. Science has revolutionized our conception of the physical before and could do so again dramatically. This approach requires distinguishing current physics from completed ideal physics not yet achieved. Current physics describes matter in purely relational, structural, and mathematical terms without intrinsic qualities. But perhaps completed physics will reveal intrinsic features underlying the relational structure we now understand. Qualia might be identical to these intrinsic features that current science simply does not yet describe. Some contemporary philosophers develop similar ideas under the name Russellian monism or pan-proto-psychism. They propose that physical ultimates possess intrinsic properties that ground both physical structure and consciousness. The mental and physical would both derive from a common underlying nature that is neither purely. Sellars anticipated this approach without developing it into a full, systematic theory of consciousness. The honest assessment is that Sellars identified the hard problem without claiming to have solved it. He dissolved the intentionality-body problem through functional role semantics and normative inferentialism quite successfully. He marked the Sensorium-Body problem as requiring different theoretical resources not yet available for solution. This intellectual modesty distinguishes him from philosophers who claimed premature completeness for their theories. Part 14. Inferentialism. Meaning as functional role. Sellars developed an inferentialist theory of meaning that grounds semantic content in inferential relationships. What an expression means is determined by how it functions in inferences rather than by what it pictures. This approach rejects the idea that meaning derives from word-world reference relations considered in isolation. Meaning is holistic, emerging from entire networks of inferential connections between expressions and beliefs. Traditional theories treated meaning as fundamentally a relation between words and the things they name. The word dog means what it does because it refers to dogs, standing for them in language. Understanding meaning required understanding this reference relation, connecting language to extralinguistic reality directly. Inference played at best a secondary role, derived from more basic referential semantic facts. Sellars inverted this priority by treating inference as semantically fundamental and reference as derivative. The word dog means what it does because of how sentences containing it relate inferentially to other sentences. That Fido is a dog implies that Fido is an animal and that Fido is not a cat. These inferential connections constitute what dog means, not some direct reference relation to doghood. This view connects to the pragmatist tradition emphasizing language use over abstract semantic relations. Wittgenstein's later philosophy similarly located meaning in use within language games and forms of life. Sellars synthesized these insights with the logical rigor characteristic of formal semantics and analytic philosophy. The result was a technically sophisticated inferentialism amenable to precise philosophical analysis and development. Inferential relations come in two basic varieties that Sellars carefully distinguished and characterized. Formal inferences depend only on the logical structure of premises and conclusions, not on content. From all A are B and X is A. We can infer X is B, regardless of what A and B mean. Such inferences are topic-neutral and studied by formal logic as the science of valid argument forms. Material inferences, by contrast, depend essentially on the content of the non-logical terms involved. From "this is red," we can infer this is coloured, but not through formal logic alone whatsoever. The inference depends on the specific meanings of red and coloured and how they relate semantically. Material inferences are content-constitutive, partially defining what the terms involved actually mean in use. Sellars emphasized material inference as the key to understanding empirical concept possession and use. Having the concept read means being disposed to make appropriate material inferences involving redness. If you do not know that red things are colored, you do not yet fully possess the concept red. Concept possession is demonstrated through inferential performance, not through private mental grasping of universals. This inferentialist approach dissolves traditional problems about how words connect to the world philosophically. The connection is not a mysterious reference relation, but a pattern of inferential roles in practice. Words connect to the world through the way their use is constrained by environmental circumstances affecting inference. Language entry transitions bring worldly impacts into the inferential network through observational vocabulary directly. Robert Brandom developed Sellars' Inferentialism into a comprehensive theory in his landmark work, Making It Explicit. Brandom made explicit the normative pragmatics underlying inferential relations between linguistic expressions systematically. He traced the commitment and entitlement structure of discourse that makes inference possible at all. This development represented the most thorough working out of Sellarsian semantic ideas by any successor. Inferentialism has important implications for understanding disagreement and conceptual change over time. If meaning is inferential role, then conceptual change involves change in the inferences speakers endorse. Scientific revolutions alter meanings by reorganizing inferential connections among theoretical terms significantly. Understanding such revolutions requires tracking changes in material inference patterns, not just reference shifts. The theory also illuminates the social nature of meaning as maintained through community practices continuously. Inferential norms are not private possessions, but public standards enforced through social interaction and correction. Meaning depends on the community keeping score on commitments and entitlements in conversational practice ongoing. Private language is impossible because meaning requires the social scaffolding that only communities provide. Part 15. Material Inference, Content-Constitutive Reasoning. Material inference deserves deeper examination because it carries the main burden of Sellars' semantic theory. These inferences are valid in virtue of their content rather than their logical form, alone considered. Understanding material inference reveals how empirical concepts acquire their representational content through use. The concept proves fundamental not just to semantics, but to philosophy of science and epistemology generally. Consider the inference from A is to the west of B to B is to the east of A naturally. This inference is clearly valid, but its validity does not depend on logical form whatsoever present. Replacing west and east with other terms of the same grammatical category destroys the validity immediately. The inference works because of what west and east specifically mean, not because of formal structure. Similarly, from lightning is occurring here, we can infer thunder will be heard shortly at this location. This is good empirical reasoning, even though no formal logical principle licenses the transition involved. The inference is good because of lawful connections in nature that our concepts track when functioning properly. Material inferences incorporate natural necessity into the semantic structure of empirical vocabulary directly. Sellars argued that such material inferences partially constitute the meanings of the terms they involve. Part of what lightning means is that it is appropriately inferentially connected to thunder in such patterns. Someone who denied that lightning relates to thunder would thereby demonstrate incomplete grasp of what lightning means. The inferential connection is not posterior to meaning, but partially constitutive of meaning itself fundamentally. This view has important consequences for understanding the relationship between meaning and natural law. Laws of nature get reflected in the material inferential connections between empirical concepts we deploy. To possess empirical concepts adequately is to be disposed to reason in accordance with natural necessities. Concept possession thus inherently involves sensitivity to the causal structure of the world we inhabit. The traditional empiricist view treated concepts as derived from experience through abstraction and generalization. We encounter red things and abstract the common quality to form the concept red through psychological processes. Sellars rejected this picture because it presupposes the myth of the given at its very foundation. Concepts are not abstracted from given experience, but acquired through training in inferential practices socially. Material inference also connects Sellars to the pragmatist tradition, emphasizing the practical dimension of meaning. Meaningful concepts enable successful navigation of the environment through appropriate inference and action coordination. The cash value of a concept lies in the practical differences its possession makes for behavior outcomes. Inference is not merely theoretical, but practically oriented towards successful engagement with the world continuously. Critics of material inference worried that it blurs the distinction between analytic and synthetic truths problematically. Quine had already attacked the analytic-synthetic distinction, but some hoped to preserve it somehow nonetheless. If meaning is constituted by material inference, then changing beliefs about inference changes meaning itself directly. This seems to make all claims partially definitional, with no clear line between meaning and fact determinable. Sellars accepted this consequence while denying that it leads to problematic relativism about truth or meaning. Conceptual frameworks can be better or worse at tracking reality, even without sharp analytic-synthetic distinctions. Scientific progress involves improving frameworks so that their material inferences better match natural law patterns. The standard of correctness is the world itself, not arbitrary conventions we might adopt capriciously. The material inference framework illuminates scientific reasoning and theory change with particular clarity achieved. Scientists propose new concepts with different inferential roles to better capture natural regularities empirically discovered. Theory choice involves assessing which inferential framework better accommodates observational data and explanatory demands. Material inference provides the semantic medium through which scientific rationality operates in theory construction. Part 16. Language entry, exit, and intralinguistic transitions. Sellars analyze language use into three fundamental dimensions, structuring all linguistic activity systematically. Language entry transitions move from non-linguistic impacts to linguistic responses, in observational contexts, primarily. Language exit transitions move from linguistic states to non-linguistic actions in practical contexts. Intralinguistic transitions connect linguistic items to other linguistic items through inference and implication. Language entry transitions occur paradigmatically in observation and perception of the surrounding environment. You see a red object and say, "This is red," moving from visual stimulus to verbal report directly. This transition brings information about the world into the linguistic system where inference operates on it. Without language entry, language would be a closed formal system unconnected to empirical reality entirely. Sellars insisted that even language entry transitions involve conceptual capacities, not mere causal responses. Saying "this is red" requires possessing the concept red and applying it under appropriate perceptual conditions. The transition is not brute causation, but normatively constrained application of concepts learned through training. Observational vocabulary connects to the world through trained, reliable differential responsiveness to environmental features. This account explains how observation can provide evidence without succumbing to the myth of the given. Observational reports are non-inferential in that they do not result from explicit conscious inference processes. But they are not foundational in presupposing no other knowledge for their epistemic status to obtain. They require knowledge that one is a reliable reporter under the relevant perceptual conditions operating. Language exit transitions occur when linguistic commitments issue in non-linguistic behavior and action. You believe the store closes at 9 and want milk, so you leave now to get there in time. The belief and desire combine through practical inference to produce behavior exiting the linguistic sphere. Without language exit, language would have no practical significance for how we live and act at all. These exit transitions connect language to the world in a different way than entry transitions do overall. Entry brings world to language through observation. Exit brings language to world through action directly. Both connections are necessary for language to be about the world in any meaningful sense achievable. A language lacking either connection would be semantically deficient, unable to represent reality genuinely. Intralinguistic transitions constitute the inferential core of linguistic competence connecting entry to exit mediation. From the store closes at 9 and it is now 8:30, you infer there is still time remaining. Such inferences are not movements into or out of language, but movements within language from items to items. They include both formal inferences, depending on logical form, and material inferences, depending on content. Sellars emphasized intralinguistic transitions against Quinean emphasis on observation sentences and their stimulus meanings. Quine focused on the periphery where language meets experience through observation sentence verification conditions primarily. Sellars insisted that the interior structure of inferential connections matters equally for understanding meaning comprehensively. Meaning is distributed across the entire network, not concentrated at observational contact points alone exclusively. This three-dimensional analysis illuminates the relationship between theoretical and observational vocabulary precisely. Theoretical terms may lack direct language entry transitions, connecting them to observable features immediately. They acquire meaning through intralinguistic inferential connections to terms that do have entry transitions established. The electron concept connects to observation through chains of inference, not through direct electron observation occurring. The framework also clarifies how languages can differ while describing the same world successfully, nevertheless. Different languages might have different entry and exit transitions while sharing truth values for claims made. Translation between languages tracks preservation of inferential role, not one-to-one term correspondence directly. Meaning, equivalence is inferential equivalence, determined by sameness of role within the larger linguistic economy. Brandam's later development of Sellars specified these transitions in terms of normative statuses and attitudes. Entry transitions involve undertaking commitments. Exit transitions involve acknowledging entitlements to act accordingly. Intralinguistic transitions involve inheritance of commitment and entitlement through inferential connections established by practice. The normative vocabulary makes explicit what is implicit in Sellars' original functional role, semantics, throughout. Part 17. Observation versus theory. A fluid distinction. Logical positivists drew a sharp distinction between observation terms with direct empirical content and theoretical terms. Observation terms like red and hot supposedly got meaning from immediate sensory experience given foundationally. Theoretical terms like electron and gene got meaning derivatively through connections to observation vocabulary. This two-tier semantics supported the verificationist criterion of meaning, central to positivist philosophy of science. Sellars rejected this sharp dichotomy while preserving a useful observation theory distinction appropriately understood. The distinction is methodological and contextual rather than semantic and absolute in his considered view. What counts as observational depends on training, instruments, and the particular inquiry being conducted currently. No vocabulary is intrinsically observational or intrinsically theoretical independent of context of use entirely. Consider the term alpha particle track as used by trained physicists examining cloud chamber photographs directly. For the trained physicist, this term functions observationally. She simply sees alpha particle tracks without inference. For an untrained person, the same term would be theoretical, inferred from visible marks rather than directly observed. The same term shifts between observational and theoretical, depending on the observer's training and background thoroughly. This contextual view follows from Sellars' rejection of the given and his emphasis on learned concepts. Observation requires concept possession, and concept possession requires training in inferential practices over time. What you can observe depends on what concepts you have acquired, which depends on your training history. There is no vocabulary grounded in pre-conceptual given experience, independent of all conceptual acquisition whatsoever. The positivist picture assumed that observation vocabulary was epistemically privileged and incorrigible ultimately. Because grounded in the given, observation claims could not be wrong in ways requiring theoretical revision. Theory was accountable to observation, but observation was accountable to nothing but immediate experience itself. This asymmetry supported a foundationalist epistemology of science that Sellars thoroughly dismantled and rejected. Sellars argued that observation claims are just as corrigible and revisable as theoretical claims throughout science. What we observe depends on our conceptual framework, and frameworks can be improved through scientific progress. A scientific revolution might change what counts as observable, not just what theories explain observations made. Observation and theory form a seamless web of belief with no privileged, unrevisable foundation anywhere located. This view aligns Sellars with Quinian holism about the web of belief and theory confirmation procedures. Quine argued that any claim can be held true in the face of recalcitrant experience with adjustments elsewhere. Sellars agreed while emphasizing the normative and social dimensions that Quine's naturalism tended to downplay. Both rejected sharp analytic, synthetic, and observation theory distinctions that had structured earlier philosophy of science. The fluidity of the observation theory distinction has important implications for scientific realism debates continuing. Anti-realists argued that theoretical terms are merely instrumental devices for organizing observational predictions efficiently. If observation vocabulary is itself theoretically loaded, the instrumentalist distinction between real and merely instrumental collapses. Either all of science is real or none of it is. There is no principled line-saving observation from theory. Sellars was a robust scientific realist who believed that well-confirmed theoretical entities genuinely exist independently. Electrons are just as real as tables, and tables are just as theoretical as electrons in certain respects. The manifest image treats tables as basic objects. Science reveals them as configurations of more fundamental entities. Both descriptions can be correct at different levels of analysis without either eliminating the other level. The observation theory distinction remains useful methodologically even without absolute semantic or epistemic significance attributed. In any inquiry, some claims function as relatively fixed data, while others are under theoretical investigation currently. But what functions as data in one inquiry may be questioned in another with different purposes operative. The distinction is real and important pragmatically, while lacking the foundational status positivists assigned it theoretically. Part 18. Scientific Realism. Against Instrumentalism. Sellars defended scientific realism against instrumentalist philosophies of science, dominant in his intellectual milieu. Instrumentalism treats scientific theories as useful calculation devices rather than descriptions of unobservable reality. On this view, theoretical entities like electrons and quarks are convenient fictions organizing observational predictions efficiently. Sellars argued that this view fundamentally misunderstands what science does and why it succeeds so remarkably. The instrumentalist position had respectable motivations rooted in empiricist epistemological scruples about knowledge limits. We cannot directly observe electrons, so how could we claim knowledge that electrons actually exist objectively? Better to remain agnostic about unobservables while gratefully using theories for their predictive practical utility. This modest empiricism seemed preferable to metaphysical speculation about entities beyond all possible observation permanently. Sellars rejected this modesty as intellectually dishonest evasion of what science actually accomplishes and claims. Scientists do not merely organize observations, but genuinely explain why observations occur as they do causally. Explanation requires identifying real causes producing effects, not merely correlating observations with mathematical formulas. The success of science in manipulating nature testifies to the reality of the entities theories describe accurately. The argument from explanatory success provides powerful support for realism about well-confirmed theoretical entities. If electrons were merely useful fictions, the stunning predictive success of electron theory would be miraculous coincidence. Realism explains this success. Predictions work because theories correctly describe real structures causing observable phenomena. Instrumentalism leaves the success unexplained, treating it as a brute fact requiring no deeper accounting whatsoever. Sellars also argued that the observation theory distinction instrumentalism relies upon cannot bear the weight assigned. As shown previously, observation vocabulary is itself theory-laden and revisable rather than epistemically foundational absolutely. If observation terms are not privileged, there is no principled line separating real observables from merely instrumental theoreticals. The instrumentalist must either grant reality to theoretical entities or deny it to observable ones consistently. Furthermore, theoretical entities often become observable as technology advances and instruments improve over time. Bacteria were theoretical posits before microscopes made them visible. Atoms are now imaged by electron microscopes directly. The line between observable and unobservable shifts with technological progress rather than marking ontological boundaries permanently. Yesterday's unobservable theoretical entity becomes today's directly observed phenomenon through instrumental development continuously. Sellars' realism was not naive acceptance of every theoretical claim made by practicing scientists, however enthusiastically. He recognized that scientific theories are fallible, revisable, and sometimes radically overthrown by later developments unexpectedly. Phlogiston and caloric were once well-confirmed theoretical entities that turned out not to exist at all. Scientific realism claims that mature, well-confirmed theories describe reality, not that all theoretical claims are true automatically. The criterion of maturity involves theoretical integration, explanatory breadth, and predictive precision sustained over time. Electron theory meets these criteria. It integrates chemistry, physics, and material science with extraordinary precision continuously. Such integration would be inexplicable if electrons were mere fictions rather than real constituents of matter. The best explanation of theoretical success is approximate truth about the unobservable structures theories describe accurately. Sellars connected his scientific realism to the broader project of fusing manifest and scientific images coherently. Taking science seriously means accepting that the scientific image describes genuine features of reality beyond appearances. The manifest image's objects are real, but may be reducible to configurations of entities described by physics. Realism about science implies that the scientific image has ontological priority, even while the manifest image retains validity. This realism distinguishes Sellars from later anti-realist movements in philosophy of science after Kuhn's work appeared. Kuhn, Feyerabend, and constructivists questioned whether science progresses toward truth or merely changes paradigms arbitrarily. Sellars maintained that science genuinely approaches reality even through revolutionary paradigm shifts and conceptual transformations. The normative structure of scientific practice aims at truth, not merely at instrumental success or social acceptance. Part 19. The Scientia Mensura. Science as Ultimate Arbiter. Sellars endorsed a principle he called Scientia Mensura, that gives science ultimate authority about what exists. In the dimension of describing and explaining the world, science is the measure of all things completely. Science determines what is, that it is, and what is not, that it is not, regarding existence. This principle expresses Sellars' commitment to naturalism more forcefully than almost any other statement he made. The Scientia Mensura does not mean that current science has the final word on all questions immediately. Current science is incomplete, fallible, and will be revised by future discoveries and theoretical developments substantially. The principle means that completed ideal science would describe all of reality without residue or exception remaining. Nothing exists that would escape description in the vocabulary of an ideally finished natural science, eventually. This principle has profound implications for the status of the manifest image and its familiar objects. If science is the ultimate measure, then persons, colours and values must find places within scientific description. Either they reduce to scientific categories, or they must be reconceived as something other than existing entities. The manifest image cannot simply stand alongside the scientific image as an independent ontological authority equally valid. Sellars did not conclude that manifest image entities should be eliminated from our conceptual framework, however drastically. He distinguished between what exists in the fundamental ontological sense and what we should continue talking about. Science describes what fundamentally exists. The manifest image describes how we must conceive ourselves as rational agents. Both descriptions are legitimate for their different purposes, even though only one captures ultimate ontological structure. The Scientia Mensura creates tension with Sellars' emphasis on the irreducibility of normative vocabulary throughout his work. If science is the measure, how can the normative space of reasons maintain any independent validity whatsoever? Normative vocabulary seems to describe features of reality that natural science cannot capture in its terms. Either the Scientia Mensura is false, or normativity must somehow fit within scientific description ultimately achievable. Sellars addressed this tension through his complex view of reducibility and irreducibility operating at different levels. Normative discourse is irreducible in that its function cannot be replaced by purely descriptive scientific discourse. But whatever normative discourse describes must be realized in the physical processes that science investigates thoroughly. The irreducibility is functional and semantic, not ontological. There are no non-physical normative facts existing separately. This position requires distinguishing the language we must use from what exists independently of our language use. We must use normative language to function as rational agents and to constitute the space of reasons. But using such language does not commit us to a normative realm existing alongside the physical realm. Normative talk is about the physical world described under normative aspects required for rational self-understanding. Critics from the left-wing Sellarsian camp questioned whether this reconciliation succeeds without eliminating normativity covertly. If everything is ultimately physical, in what sense are norms genuinely binding rather than mere natural regularities? Brandom and McDowell emphasized the irreducibility of normativity in ways that question the Scientia Mensura principle. They preserved Sellars' space of reasons while questioning his commitment to ultimate ontological reduction to physics. Critics from the right-wing Sellarsian camp embraced the Scientia Mensura more enthusiastically toward eliminativist conclusions. The Churchlands argued that folk psychological categories, including beliefs and desires, may be scientifically eliminable entirely. If neuroscience provides better explanations of behavior, manifest image mentalistic vocabulary could become obsolete altogether. Sellars himself resisted this eliminativism while providing resources that others used to support it argumentatively. The Scientia Mensura thus generates productive tension, driving much of post-Sellarsian philosophy in multiple directions simultaneously. How to honour both scientific naturalism and the irreducibility of the normative remains deeply contested among his heirs. Sellars himself attempted a sophisticated middle path that many find unstable under critical pressure examined closely. Whether his synthesis succeeds or fails, it framed debates that continue shaping philosophy of mind and language today. Part 20. Picturing. Naturalistic representation. Sellars developed a distinctive theory of picturing to explain how language connects to the world naturalistically. Picturing is a non-semantic relation between linguistic tokens and objects that underwrites semantic relations derivatively. This theory attempts to ground meaning in natural facts without succumbing to the myth of the given. Understanding picturing reveals how Sellars reconciled his inferentialism with genuine language-world connections substantively. The problem picturing addresses concerns how normatively characterized semantic relations can be naturalistically realized, in fact. Meaning seems to involve relations like reference and truth that connect language to extra-linguistic reality directly. But if meaning is inferential role, where do these language-world connections enter the picture at all? Picturing provides the answer by identifying a natural relation underlying semantic relations without reducing semantics to it. Picturing is a relation between natural linguistic objects and other natural objects based on structural correspondence. A map pictures a territory when structural features of the map correspond to structural features of the territory. The correspondence is natural and factual, not involving any semantic or normative notions in its characterization. Maps do not mean the territories they picture. They simply correspond structurally as physical objects to physical objects. Sellars proposed that linguistic tokens similarly picture objects and situations through structural correspondence relations obtaining naturally. Sentence structures correspond to situation structures in ways that can be described without semantic vocabulary at all. This picturing relation is not yet meaning or truth, but provides the natural foundation on which semantics rests. Semantic relations supervene on picturing relations without being identical to them or reducible to them directly. The key insight is that language is both a rule-governed system of meanings and a natural phenomenon in the world. As meaningful, language involves normative relations of inference, commitment, and entitlement among linguistic acts performed. As natural, language involves causal relations among physical events, including sounds and inscriptions produced by speakers. Picturing belongs to the natural characterization, while meaning belongs to the normative characterization of the same events. This dual characterization allows Sellars to maintain that semantics is irreducible without making it non-natural mysteriously. We cannot replace semantic talk with picturing talk because their functions are entirely different in our practices. But whatever semantics describes is realized in the picturing relations that natural science can investigate empirically. The irreducibility is of the description, not of the underlying reality that both descriptions characterize differently. Picturing also explains how language can be objectively correct or incorrect in its representations of the world. A sentence is true when its picturing relations appropriately match the structural features of reality it concerns. Truth is thus not merely coherence among beliefs or utility for prediction, but correspondence structurally characterized. Sellars preserved correspondence intuitions about truth while avoiding naive correspondence theories that reify semantic relations. Critics questioned whether picturing can handle abstract objects, counterfactuals, and other phenomena lacking obvious picturable structure. What does a sentence about numbers or possibilities picture in the natural world considered as physical structure? Sellars extended the theory to handle such cases, but the extensions proved technically complex and philosophically controversial. Whether picturing provides a complete naturalistic foundation for semantics remains debated among Sellars scholars persistently. J. Rosenberg initially criticized Sellars' picturing theory as unable to accommodate theoretical entities adequately encountered in science. How does language about electrons picture electrons when electrons are not observable natural objects we can compare? Rosenberg later retracted this criticism after recognizing resources in Sellars for handling theoretical picturing appropriately. The theory proved more flexible than initial objections suggested once its full development was carefully examined. Picturing represents Sellars' attempt to be a thoroughgoing naturalist without eliminating the normative dimensions of meaning. Language is a natural phenomenon completely describable by natural science in terms of picturing and causation. But describing it semantically requires normative vocabulary that captures functions not reducible to natural descriptions. Both descriptions are true and complementary, addressing different questions about the same natural linguistic reality investigated. Part 21. Layers of Perception. Seeing of, seeing that, seeing as. Sellars analyzed perception into multiple layers that many philosophers had conflated, causing persistent confusion throughout history. Distinguishing these layers dissolves puzzles about how perception provides knowledge, while sometimes leading us astray badly. The layers include seeing of objects, seeing that something is the case, and seeing as under a concept. Each layer has different properties and plays different roles in our cognitive economy, operating continuously. Seeing OF is the most basic perceptual relation, connecting perceivers to objects in their environment directly. You see the table when the table causally affects your visual system in appropriate ways, producing experience. This relation is extensional. It depends on what object actually causes the experience, not how you conceive it. You see of the table even if you misidentify it as a desk or fail to recognize it at all. Seeing that involves perceptual belief or judgment that something is the case as perceived directly and immediately. You see that the table is brown when perception directly produces the belief that this is a brown table. This is propositional. It involves taking something to be the case, not merely being affected by objects causally. Seeing that can be true or false, depending on whether the perceptual judgment matches how things actually are. Seeing AS involves perceiving something under a particular concept or classification applied to what is seen directly. You see the figure AS, a duck, or AS, a rabbit, depending on how you conceptualize the ambiguous image presented. The same visual input can be seen as different things depending on which concepts the perceiver brings to bear. Aspect perception demonstrates that seeing involves conceptual activity, not merely passive reception of given information. These distinctions allow Sellars to give nuanced accounts of perceptual error and illusion without mystery remaining. In illusion, you see of a straight stick, but see that it is bent when partially submerged in water. The seeing of is veridical. You really see the stick that is there in the water actually present. The seeing that is false. The stick is not bent, though it looks bent under those visual conditions. Hallucination presents a harder case, where there is seeing that, without any corresponding seeing of obtaining actually. The hallucinator sees that there is a pink elephant without seeing of any elephant really present environmentally. Sellars analyzed hallucination as involving sensations that would normally be caused by the apparently perceived objects. The sensory states occur without their normal causes, producing false perceptual beliefs without genuine object perception. The layers also illuminate how perception can be both immediate and conceptually mediated without contradiction arising. Seeing OF is immediate, in that it involves direct causal connection to objects without inference intervening. Seeing that is conceptually mediated in that it requires applying concepts to what is seen of directly. Both claims are true because they describe different layers of the complex perceptual process operating simultaneously. This analysis supports Sellars' rejection of the given while preserving the obvious directness of perceptual experience. Perception feels immediate because we are trained to apply concepts automatically without conscious inferential effort required. But epistemic authority requires conceptual capacities that perceivers bring to experience through training and development. The felt immediacy is real phenomenologically, while the epistemic structure remains conceptually mediated and socially grounded. Sellars further distinguished between three senses of looks that previous philosophers had systematically conflated harmfully. The epistemic sense means I am inclined to believe it is red based on how things visually appear now. The comparative sense means it looks the way red things normally look under standard viewing conditions typically. The phenomenal sense describes the intrinsic qualitative character of the visual experience itself directly undergone. Only the phenomenal sense genuinely describes inner experiential states independent of beliefs about external objects entirely. The epistemic and comparative senses are really about external objects and our doxastic relations to those objects. Conflating these senses produces the illusion that we have direct foundational knowledge of phenomenal properties given immediately. Careful analysis reveals that phenomenal vocabulary is derivative, learned after and through objective property vocabulary first. Part 22. Sensory Consciousness, Raw Feels and Qualia. Sellars took the qualitative character of sensory experience more seriously than many of his naturalist contemporaries did. He recognized that raw feels present genuine philosophical problems not dissolved by functional or behavioral analysis alone. The redness of a red experience is not merely a disposition or a functional role, but an intrinsic quality. This recognition places Sellars closer to contemporary consciousness studies than to eliminativist or purely functionalist approaches. Raw feels are the intrinsic qualitative properties of sensory states that we undergo in conscious experience continuously. The painfulness of pain and the redness of red experiences are paradigm examples of such qualitative properties encountered. These properties seem to be features of the experiences themselves, not representations of features in external objects. Even if nothing external is red, the red experience itself has a qualitative redness intrinsically present, phenomenally. Sellars insisted that raw feels are not intentional in the way that thoughts and beliefs are intentional states. A thought that snow is white is about snow and represents it as white through its propositional content. A white sensation is not about whiteness, but simply has whiteness as an intrinsic qualitative feature directly. The sensation's relation to whiteness is not representational, but instantiational. It instantiates rather than represents the quality. This non-intentional character of sensations distinguishes them fundamentally from thoughts within Sellars' philosophy of mind. Thoughts yield to functionalist treatment because their identity depends entirely on functional role in reasoning inference. Sensations resist functionalist treatment because their identity depends on intrinsic qualities beyond all functional characterization. A functionally equivalent state, lacking the felt quality, would not be the same sensation despite identical functional role. The philosophical problem of qualia concerns how physical brain processes can have intrinsic qualitative properties at all. Physics describes matter in purely relational, structural, and mathematical terms, without intrinsic qualities appearing anywhere. If brains are physical systems described by physics, where do the intrinsic qualities of experience come from ultimately? This problem anticipates what Chalmers later called the hard problem of consciousness, with striking philosophical precision shown. Sellars rejected both dualist and eliminativist responses to this problem as philosophically inadequate solutions offered. Dualism makes consciousness non-physical, creating insurmountable problems about causal interaction with physical brains encountered. Eliminativism denies that qualia exist, contradicting the evident reality of qualitative experience we undergo constantly. A satisfactory solution must preserve both the physical nature of mind and the reality of qualitative consciousness simultaneously. His proposed solution involved reconceiving physical matter rather than reconceiving or eliminating conscious experience itself. Perhaps future physics will describe matter differently, revealing intrinsic properties that current physics does not capture yet. These intrinsic properties might be the very qualities we experience as phenomenal consciousness in sensory states directly. The hard problem would dissolve when physics develops categories adequate to the full nature of physical reality described. This strategy requires distinguishing current physical theory from the true, complete physical theory not yet achieved. Current physics is an approximation that successfully describes relational and structural features of matter investigated so far. But it may omit intrinsic features that a more complete physics would eventually reveal through future investigation. Consciousness would be physical in the sense of the completed physics, not necessarily current physics as understood today. Contemporary Russellian monists develop similar ideas, proposing that physics describes only dispositional or structural properties of matter. The intrinsic, categorical basis of these dispositions might be phenomenal properties constituting consciousness at fundamental levels. Sellars anticipated this approach without developing it into the detailed metaphysical theory that later philosophers have proposed. His philosophical instincts identified a promising direction that others have subsequently explored more systematically and thoroughly. The status of raw fields within Sellars' overall system remains contested among interpreters of his philosophy continuing. Some emphasize his naturalism and downplay the significance he accorded to qualitative consciousness in his writings. Others emphasize his recognition of the hard problem and his resistance to easy eliminativist or functionalist solutions. The texts support both readings, suggesting genuine tension in Sellars' thinking about consciousness never fully resolved. Part 23. Sellars reading Kant. Categories and Synthesis. Sellars engaged more deeply with Kant than perhaps any other analytic philosopher of his generation did seriously. He saw Kant as anticipating his own central insights about concepts, experience, and the structure of knowledge. But he also transformed Kantian ideas, rejecting transcendental idealism while preserving insights about conceptual synthesis throughout. Understanding Sellars' Kant interpretation illuminates both thinkers and the trajectory of subsequent analytic philosophy developed. Kant argued that experience requires the application of concepts through an activity of synthesis performed by minds. Raw sensory input does not deliver experience of objects until the understanding applies categorical concepts organizing it. Categories like substance, causality, and unity structure all possible experience of an objective world around us. Without such conceptual structuring, there would be mere sensory chaos rather than experience of objects encountered. Sellars endorsed this broadly Kantian picture of experience as requiring conceptual activity, not mere passive reception. His rejection of the given reprises Kant's rejection of the idea that sensibility alone delivers knowledge foundationally. Both philosophers insisted that concepts and intuitions must cooperate for genuine cognition of objects to occur. Concepts without intuitions are empty. Intuitions without concepts are blind, as Kant famously formulated the principle. The role of synthesis in unifying manifolds of sensory content into representations of objects parallels Sellars' views. For Sellars, perception involves conceptual classification that organizes sensory states into perceptions of objects experienced. This classification is not inference from unconceptualized givens, but an original synthetic act constituting object experience. The Kantian language of synthesis captures what Sellars meant by the conceptual character of all awareness precisely. Kant distinguished between empirical concepts learned through experience and pure concepts or categories known a priori universally. Categories like causality apply necessarily to all possible experience, not as empirical generalizations, but as conditions of possibility. Sellars accepted a version of this distinction while giving it a naturalistic rather than transcendental interpretation revised. Categories are not guaranteed by pure reason, but are deeply entrenched framework principles revisable in principle, potentially. The Kantian distinction between phenomena and noumena, appearances and things in themselves, presented interpretive challenges for Sellars. Kant claimed we know only appearances structured by our forms of intuition and categories of understanding employed. Things as they are in themselves, independent of our cognitive constitution, remain forever unknowable by human minds. This transcendental idealism seemed to Sellars an unnecessary and problematic addition to Kant's genuine insights about cognition. Sellars rejected the noumenal realm as an artifact of confusions Kant himself could have avoided with clearer analysis. The idea that we cannot know things as they are independent of all conceptualization rests on confused assumptions. What exists does not depend on our conceptualization, even though our knowledge depends on conceptual frameworks employed. Scientific realism is compatible with recognizing the conceptual mediation of knowledge without positing unknowable noumena, necessarily. Sellars interpreted the forms of intuition, space and time, differently than Kant's transcendental idealist reading required traditionally. For Kant, space and time are subjective forms that we impose on experience rather than features of reality itself. Sellars treated space and time as real features of the world that science investigates and describes increasingly accurately. Our spatial and temporal concepts may be revisable, but space and time themselves are not merely subjective impositions. The Kantian philosophy of mathematics, grounding arithmetic and geometry in pure intuition, also required Sellarsian revision substantially. Sellars could not accept that mathematical knowledge derives from a priori intuition of space and time forms directly. Mathematical concepts are framework principles deeply embedded in our conceptual scheme, but revisable like any empirical framework. Non-Euclidean geometry and relativistic spacetime showed that even fundamental spatial concepts can undergo revolutionary scientific revision. Part 24. Sellars transforming Kant. What he changed and why. Sellars did not merely interpret Kant, but transformed Kantian philosophy for the post-positivist, naturalistic context he inhabited. He extracted insights compatible with scientific naturalism while discarding transcendentalist and idealist elements deemed problematic. This transformation created what might be called naturalized Kantianism, or Kantian naturalism as a philosophical position distinctively. Understanding these transformations clarifies Sellars' own positive views and their relationship to the Kantian inheritance received. The most significant transformation concerns the status of a priori knowledge and necessary truths recognized within frameworks. Kant held that some truths are known a priori, independent of experience, and hold necessarily without possible exception. These include logical truths, mathematical truths, and the principles embodied in the categories of the understanding. Their necessity seemed to require a special faculty of pure reason, grasping them independently of contingent experience. Sellars replaced this picture with what he called the framework relative a priori, or contextual a priori truths instead. Certain principles function as a priori within a conceptual framework, not subject to revision by normal empirical evidence. But the framework itself can be replaced by a better framework through scientific revolution or conceptual development occurring. What is necessary relative to one framework may be abandoned when a new framework proves superior for our purposes. This historicized a priori anticipates later developments in philosophy of science after Kuhn's work on paradigm shifts appeared. Kuhn argued that scientific paradigms include constitutive principles that define the terms of normal scientific investigation conducted. These principles cannot be tested within the paradigm they constitute, but can be overthrown through paradigm revolution occurring. Sellars had already articulated a similar view, integrating it with his broader epistemology and philosophy of language systematically. The transformation of the categories from transcendental conditions to framework principles has profound implications for philosophy overall. Categories are not fixed features of human reason, but variable elements of conceptual schemes that can evolve over time. Our current categories of substance, causality, and object may be superseded by categories in future scientific frameworks developed. Nothing guarantees that our current categorical scheme captures the ultimate structure of reality described correctly and finally. Sellars also transformed Kant's conception of the relationship between sensibility and understanding operating in perception jointly. Kant treated sensibility and understanding as distinct faculties contributing different elements to unified experiential cognition together. Sensibility contributes intuitions. Understanding contributes concepts. Their synthesis produces empirical knowledge of objects experienced. This faculty psychology seemed to Sellars outdated and requiring replacement by more sophisticated cognitive scientific understanding available. In Sellars' transformed picture, sensibility and understanding are aspects of a unified cognitive process, not separate faculties cooperating. Perception involves sensory states that are taken up into conceptual episodes through a single complex cognitive act performed. The myth of Jones shows how conceptual capacities develop from behavioral dispositions without requiring separate mental faculties invoked. Cognitive science investigates the unified mechanisms, realizing what Kant described in faculty psychological terms historically. The moral philosophy dimension of Kant, the categorical imperative and autonomous rational will, also underwent Sellarsian transformation substantially. Sellars preserved Kant's emphasis on the normativity of practical reason and the irreducibility of moral obligation recognized. but he grounded this normativity in social practices and linguistic rules rather than in pure practical reason alone isolated. Moral concepts are positions in the space of reasons maintained by communities, not deliverances of noumenal rational agency directly. This transformation connects Sellars to the pragmatist tradition that also historicized and socialized Kantian themes systematically. Peirce, Dewey, and later Brandom developed Kantian ideas in social and practical directions rather than transcendental ones. Sellars represents a crucial link in this chain, showing how Kantian insights survive translation into naturalistic frameworks adequately. The transformation preserves what matters philosophically while abandoning metaphysical commitments that contemporary philosophy cannot sustain plausibly. Part 25. Nominalism. Against abstract entities. Sellars defended a thoroughgoing nominalism, denying the existence of abstract entities like universals, properties, and propositions. Only concrete particulars exist. Abstract objects are useful fictions facilitating discourse without genuine ontological commitment required. This nominalism connects to his broader naturalism. Only what figures in causal explanations genuinely exists as real. Abstract entities lacking causal powers cannot be genuine components of reality investigated by natural science properly. The problem of universals asks what grounds the objective similarities between particular things sharing common properties. Redness seems to be something that all red things have in common, explaining why they are all red together. Realists about universals posit abstract objects, redness itself, that particular red things instantiate or exemplify metaphysically. These universals exist independently of any particular red things, and would exist even if no red things existed. Sellars rejected this realism in favour of a linguistic account of what we do when we attribute properties. Saying the apple is red does not relate the apple to an abstract object redness existing platonically. It classifies the apple using the predicate red that functions within our linguistic practices appropriately applied. The unity of red things lies in our linguistic practices, not in their shared relation to abstract universals. Psychological nominalism, discussed earlier, connects directly to this metaphysical nominalism about abstract entities generally. If awareness of properties requires concepts, and concepts are linguistic capacities, then properties are not given independently. We do not abstract universals from experience of particulars, but learn to classify particulars using linguistic predicates socially. The metaphysical question about universals transforms into a question about the function of predicates in language used. Sellars analysed predication metalinguistically, treating property attributions as claims about the applicability of linguistic expressions specifically. To say the apple is red is to say that red applies to the apple according to linguistic rules governing. This does not eliminate talk of properties, but reconceives what such talk amounts to functionally in our discourse. Properties become roles in the linguistic economy rather than abstract objects inhabiting a Platonic realm separately. The nominalist faces challenges explaining necessary truths that seem to concern relations among abstract objects directly. That red is a colour seems necessarily true, but what makes it necessary if no universals exist objectively? Sellars explained such necessities as reflecting material inference rules constitutive of our concepts of red and colour. The necessity is linguistic and conceptual, grounded in how we use words, not in abstract realm structure. Mathematical objects presented especially acute challenges for Sellars' nominalist program, requiring careful attention and response. Numbers, sets, and functions seem to be abstract objects that mathematics studies with remarkable precision achieved. Mathematical truths seem objective and necessary in ways hard to explain if numbers are merely linguistic constructions. Sellars treated mathematics as a formal discipline, whose vocabulary functions differently from empirical descriptive vocabulary entirely. Mathematical terms do not describe abstract objects, but express rules and patterns of formal inference systematically articulated. Saying 2 + 2 = 4 states a rule about how numerical vocabulary functions in calculations performed. The objectivity of mathematics derives from the objectivity of rule following, not from correspondence to mathematical reality separately. Mathematical Platonism mistakes the normativity of mathematical practice for the existence of a mathematical realm independently. Propositions, the abstract meanings or contents of sentences, also fell under Sellars' nominalist critique as unnecessary posits. Saying that sentences express propositions reifies what is better understood as functional equivalence among sentence uses actually. Two sentences have the same meaning when they play equivalent roles in inference and communication as conducted. No third thing, the proposition, mediates between sentences and what they describe. Sentences relate directly through functional role. This nominalism has important implications for philosophy of mind and the nature of mental content analysed carefully. Beliefs are not relations to abstract propositions, but functional states of cognitive systems operating within normative frameworks. The content of a belief is determined by its functional role, not by which proposition it grasps mysteriously. Sellars' nominalism thus supports his functionalism and inferentialism as a coherent, systematic philosophical position developed comprehensively. Part 26. Practical Reason, Intentions, Oughts, and Action. Sellars contributed significantly to practical philosophy, analysing intentions, obligations, and the structure of practical reasoning thoroughly. His work extended the inferentialist approach from theoretical reasoning about facts to practical reasoning about actions performed. Intentions function in practical reasoning analogously to how beliefs function in theoretical reasoning about the world investigated. Understanding this analogy illuminates the nature of rational agency and its place in the natural order described. Intentions are mental states directed toward future actions that the agent is committed to performing accordingly. Intending to go to the store involves commitment to going that shapes subsequent deliberation and action preparation. Like beliefs, intentions have propositional content specifying what the agent intends to do under relevant conditions. The content of an intention is that I shall do A, expressing commitment to a future course of action. Sellars analysed practical reasoning as inference from premises about ends and means to conclusions about what to do. If I want milk and believe the store has milk, I conclude that I shall go to the store. The conclusion is not a belief about what I will do, but an intention to do it formed through reasoning. Practical inference produces intentions the way theoretical inference produces beliefs, as its characteristic outputs distinctively. The ought of obligation presented Sellars with challenges about how normative conclusions follow from any premises given. How can reasoning establish that I ought to do something from premises about what I want or believe merely? The is-ought gap that Hume identified seems to block derivation of obligations from factual premises alone provided. Sellars addressed this through his broader account of normative vocabulary and its functional role in discourse properly. Ought statements function prescriptively rather than descriptively within our linguistic and cognitive economy, operating continuously. Saying you ought to keep promises does not describe a fact, but endorses a pattern of behavior as required. This prescriptive function cannot be reduced to descriptive function without losing what makes ought talk distinctively normative precisely. The irreducibility of the normative applies to practical ought as much as to epistemic ought, discussed earlier thoroughly. But prescriptivity does not make normative claims arbitrary or merely subjective preferences expressed linguistically in discourse. Ought statements are subject to standards of correctness maintained by communities through social practices of criticism and endorsement. We can be wrong about what we ought to do, just as we can be wrong about what is true. Normative objectivity derives from social practices of reason-giving and criticism, not from normative facts existing independently. Sellars connected practical reason to theoretical reason through the unified space of reasons containing both domains together. Practical and theoretical reasoning both involve making moves in the space of reasons subject to normative assessment. The same inferential competence underlies both, manifested in different domains with different characteristic inputs and outputs. Rational agency is unified, not divided into separate practical and theoretical faculties operating independently of each other. The relationship between intentions and actions mirrors the relationship between beliefs and assertions in Sellars' account developed. Assertions express beliefs through language exit transitions, connecting linguistic states to verbal behavioral outputs produced by speakers. Actions express intentions through practical transitions, connecting mental states to non-verbal behavioral outputs in the world. Both are ways that the space of reasons connects to the causal order through rational agents acting accordingly. Sellars' account of practical reason influenced subsequent developments in action theory and moral philosophy, substantially continuing. His emphasis on the normative and social dimensions of practical reasoning anticipated communitarian and practice-based ethical theories later. Brandom extended Sellars' ideas into a comprehensive theory of practical commitment and entitlement operating discursively constantly. The Sellarsian framework continues generating productive work in practical philosophy, addressing issues Sellars himself raised originally. Part 27. Fusing the Images. The Philosophical Task. The central task of philosophy for Sellars involves achieving a stereoscopic fusion of the manifest and scientific images. Neither image alone provides a complete picture of human beings in the world we actually inhabit together. The manifest image captures personhood, agency and normativity essential to our self-understanding as rational beings distinctively. The scientific image captures the physical constitution of reality, including ourselves as complex material systems operating causally. Fusion does not mean simple combination, as if the images were puzzle pieces fitting together without modification required. The images conflict in various ways, requiring philosophical work to achieve their integration into a coherent vision. Colors, as experienced, differ from colors as physics describes them in wavelength and reflectance terms scientifically. Persons as agents differ from persons as neurophysiological systems describable entirely in causal terms, alone completely. The fusion must respect what Sellars called the Scientia Mensura, giving science ultimate ontological authority over existence. In the dimension of describing what exists, science is the measure of all things, without exception permitted. This means the scientific image has priority when questions of fundamental ontology are at stake and addressed. Whatever exists must ultimately be describable in the vocabulary of completed natural science, however different from current science. But the fusion must also respect the irreducibility of normative discourse and the space of reasons maintained. We cannot replace talk of beliefs, reasons, and intentions with purely descriptive neurophysiological vocabulary without loss occurring. The manifest image captures essential aspects of human existence that scientific description alone cannot articulate adequately. Normative discourse serves functions that no purely causal descriptive discourse can serve in human social life conducted. The key to fusion lies in recognizing that irreducibility of discourse does not entail irreducibility of ontology. We must use normative language to constitute the space of reasons within which rational agency becomes possible. But what normative language describes is realized entirely in the physical processes that science investigates thoroughly. The language is irreducible. The underlying reality is not a separate normative realm existing alongside the physical. This position requires sophisticated understanding of how language relates to reality across different levels of description. Higher-level descriptions can be indispensable for certain purposes while supervening entirely on lower-level physical facts underlying them. We cannot do psychology using only particle physics vocabulary, but psychological states are realized in physical states completely. Multiple descriptions of the same reality serve different explanatory and practical purposes without ontological multiplication required. The fused image recognizes humans as physical systems that are also persons in the space of reasons simultaneously. The physical description explains how behavior is produced through causal mechanisms operating in brains and bodies constantly. The personal description explains how behavior is rational or irrational relative to the agent's reasons for acting. Both descriptions are true and necessary for complete understanding of human beings in the world we inhabit together. Sellars sometimes describe the fused image using the metaphor of stereoscopic vision with two eyes combining perspectives. Each image alone provides a partial view. Their combination produces depth perception, revealing the full three-dimensional reality. Without the manifest image, we lose personhood and agency. Without the scientific image, we lose physical truth accurately. Philosophy achieves its aim when these images are fused into a single, coherent vision of human existence. The fusion remains an ongoing project, rather than a completed achievement in Sellars' work or subsequent philosophy generally. Exactly how to reconcile scientific naturalism with normative irreducibility continues to generate debate among philosophers productively. Sellars provided the framework and identified the constraints, but did not solve all problems the framework generates. The ongoing vitality of his philosophy lies partly in productive tensions that continue driving philosophical work forward. Part 28. Irreducibility and Reducibility. The Janus-Faced solution. Sellars described his position on the relation between normative and natural as Janus-Faced, looking both ways simultaneously. In one sense, the normative is irreducible to the natural. In another sense, it is entirely reducible to natural processes. Understanding this dual aspect requires distinguishing different senses of reduction that philosophers often conflate problematically. Once distinguished, the apparent contradiction dissolves into a sophisticated and defensible philosophical position, articulated carefully. Functional irreducibility means that normative discourse cannot be replaced by natural scientific discourse without loss of function occurring. The function of normative vocabulary is to prescribe, evaluate, and place items in the space of reasons appropriately. Descriptive vocabulary describes how things are but cannot perform these prescriptive and evaluative functions inherently. No amount of descriptive vocabulary can do what normative vocabulary does in our cognitive and social practices conducted. Consider the difference between describing someone as having certain brain states and saying they ought to believe something. The brain state description tells you what is the case neurophysiologically at a particular moment occurring. The normative claim tells you what the person should believe relative to their evidence and rational standards applicable. These are different speech acts with different functions, even when both are true of the same situation simultaneously. This functional irreducibility does not mean that normative facts exist separately from natural facts in reality. There is no normative realm alongside the physical realm, containing irreducibly normative states of affairs existing independently. The irreducibility is of the discourse and its function, not of what the discourse is ultimately about describing. Normative vocabulary functions irreducibly, while what it characterizes is realized entirely in natural physical processes ongoing. Ontological reducibility means that everything that exists is part of the natural order. Science investigates empirically continuously. There are no non-physical substances, properties, or relations existing outside the causal order physics describes accurately. Mental states, normative standings, and rational relations are all realized in physical processes without non-physical remainder. The Scientia Mensura applies. Science is the measure of what exists, and science describes only natural entities fundamentally. The Janus-Faced position thus combines functional irreducibility of discourse with ontological reducibility of what discourse concerns. We must use normative vocabulary to function as rational agents and to describe persons in the space of reasons. But what we describe using this vocabulary is realized in the physical processes that natural science investigates thoroughly. The must is practical and functional. The realization is metaphysical and ontological, operating at different levels. This position distinguishes Sellars from both eliminativists and anti-naturalist dualists about the normative realm's status. Eliminativists conclude from ontological reducibility that normative discourse should be abandoned as scientifically illegitimate talk. Dualists conclude from functional irreducibility that normative facts must exist separately from natural facts independently existing. Sellars rejects both conclusions by carefully distinguishing the senses of reduction. Each position conflates problematically. The Janus-Faced solution requires explaining how physically realized states can have normative properties attributed to them genuinely. Physical states are not intrinsically normative. They become normative through participation in social practices maintaining normative standards. A brain state is a belief not because of its intrinsic physical properties, but because of its role in practices. The normativity is relational and socially constituted while being physically realized in individual cognitive systems operating. Critics question whether this solution is stable or whether it collapses into eliminativism under pressure applied carefully. If normative properties are not intrinsic features of reality, in what sense are normative claims genuinely true objectively? Sellars appealed to the normative standards maintained by communities as providing objectivity without requiring non-natural normative facts. Whether this appeal succeeds remains contested, with the debate continuing to generate productive philosophical work ongoing extensively. Part 29. The Pittsburgh School. Brandom, McDowell, Hoagland. Sellars' influence crystallized most visibly in what became known as the Pittsburgh School of Philosophy, developing significantly. Robert Brandom, John McDowell, and John Hoagland all taught at Pittsburgh and acknowledged deep debts to Sellars' work. They developed his ideas in different directions, sometimes disagreeing with each other about proper interpretation and extension. Understanding their relationship to Sellars illuminates both his legacy and contemporary debates in philosophy of mind and language. Robert Brandom developed Sellars' Inferentialism into the most comprehensive systematic philosophy of language since Sellars himself wrote. His massive work, Making It Explicit, elaborates the normative pragmatics underlying linguistic meaning in exhaustive detail throughout. Brandom treats meaning as constituted by inferential roles within social practices of giving and asking for reasons constantly. This extends Sellars' insights about material inference and the space of reasons into a complete semantic theory articulated. Brandom emphasized the social nature of meaning more explicitly than Sellars had done in his own writings earlier. Meaning emerges from practices of keeping score on commitments and entitlements that speakers undertake in conversation ongoing. The normative statuses constituting meaning are not private mental states, but public standings in social games of reasoning. This social pragmatism represents one development of Sellars' ideas into what Brandom calls analytic pragmatism as a program. Brandom is sometimes characterized as a left-wing Sellarsian, emphasizing normativity over scientific naturalism in his focus prioritized. He questions whether Sellars' Scientia Mensura is compatible with the genuine irreducibility of normative discourse maintained. If science is the measure of all things, how can the normative space of reasons maintain independent authority recognized? Brandom tends to privilege the space of reasons and downplay the naturalistic reduction side of Sellars' Janus-Faced position. John McDowell developed Sellars' ideas in a different direction, emphasizing perception and empirical content more centrally focused. His influential book, Mind and World, addresses how thought can be empirically constrained by the world encountered perceptually. McDowell argues that perceptual experience has conceptual content, drawing on Sellars' rejection of the given explicitly acknowledged. But he develops this in ways that some argue depart from Sellars' own views on perception and sensory states. McDowell's view of experience as already conceptually structured has been called more Kantian than Sellars' own position was. Sellars distinguished between sensory states with qualitative character and the conceptual takings that constitute perceptual judgment made. McDowell seems to fold sensory states entirely into the conceptual, eliminating the non-conceptual qualitative layer Sellars preserved. Whether this represents development or departure from Sellars remains debated among interpreters of both philosophers' works analysed. John Haugeland contributed to the Pittsburgh School primarily through philosophy of mind and cognitive science engagement sustained. He emphasized the embodied and embedded character of cognition, extending Sellars' ideas beyond the linguistic focus others maintained. Haugeland's work on the frame problem and situated cognition developed Sellarsian themes in directions connecting to artificial intelligence research. His untimely death cut short a distinctive contribution to the Sellarsian tradition that others continue developing further. The Pittsburgh School is sometimes criticized for being more Hegelian than Sellars himself was in systematic orientation adopted. Brandom explicitly develops Hegelian themes about social recognition and the historical development of conceptual frameworks over time. McDowell engages Hegel on nature and spirit in ways that exceed anything Sellars himself attempted or endorsed directly. Whether this Hegelian turn represents faithful development or distortion of Sellars' philosophy remains productively contested among scholars. Despite their differences, Brandom, McDowell and Haugeland share commitment to core Sellarsian themes persisting throughout their work. The rejection of the given, the space of reasons, and the irreducibility of normativity unite them despite disagreements. Their collective work demonstrates the continuing fertility of Sellars' ideas for addressing contemporary philosophical problems arising. The Pittsburgh School represents Sellars' most direct and influential philosophical legacy in contemporary academic philosophy ongoing. Part 30. Eliminativism Debates. Churchland, Dennett, Millikan. Sellars' philosophy inspired another stream of development toward eliminative materialism about mental states potentially challenged. Paul and Patricia Churchland drew on Sellars to argue that folk psychology may be radically false and eliminable. If mental concepts are theoretical posits, as Jones' myth suggests, they could be replaced by better theories eventually. Neuroscience might provide superior explanations of behavior making belief and desire talk obsolete and eliminable. The Churchlands emphasize Sellars' treatment of mental concepts as theoretical rather than observationally given foundationally immediately. Jones introduced thoughts and sensations as theoretical entities explaining behavior not adequately explained by Rylean resources alone. Theoretical entities can be eliminated when better theories provide superior explanations of the relevant phenomena investigated. Folk psychology might suffer the fate of phlogiston and caloric being abandoned rather than reduced to successor theories. Sellars himself explicitly rejected this eliminativist conclusion that some drew from his theoretical treatment of mental concepts. He argued that the concepts of folk psychology, the manifest image, serve irreplaceable functions in human self-understanding. We cannot abandon talk of beliefs, desires, and intentions without losing our grip on personhood and rational agency. The theoretical origin of mental concepts does not entail their eliminability when they serve essential practical functions maintained. Daniel Dennett developed a more moderate position, sometimes called Instrumentalism, about propositional attitudes taken toward mental states. Dennett treats belief and desire attributions as useful predictive strategies rather than descriptions of real internal states existing. The intentional stance predicts behavior by attributing beliefs and desires agents would have if rational under conditions. Whether agents really have such states internally matters less than whether attribution predicts behavior successfully achieved. Dennett's view draws on Sellars' functionalism while questioning whether functional roles require real internal state realizers necessarily. Perhaps the pattern of behavior itself is what belief attribution tracks, not any discrete internal state causing behavior. This deflationary approach to mental states echoes Sellars' anti-Cartesian themes while diverging from his own mentalist commitments. Sellars himself believed thoughts are real internal episodes, not merely useful predictive fictions we attribute strategically. Ruth Millikan developed Sellars' ideas in yet another direction, emphasizing biological function and teleosemantics for content determination. Mental representations get their content from the biological functions they evolved to perform in organisms' survival efforts. This naturalistic approach to content builds on Sellars' project of reconciling meaning with scientific naturalism throughout nature. But Millikan's appeal to evolutionary function differs from Sellars' emphasis on social practices and inferential roles primarily. The debate between these different developments reveals tensions within Sellars' own philosophy that he did not fully resolve. His commitment to scientific naturalism pulls toward elimination or deflationary treatment of manifest image categories potentially threatened. His commitment to the irreducibility of normative discourse pulls toward preserving folk psychology as essential and ineliminable retained. Different followers resolve this tension differently, some favouring naturalism and others favouring normativity as the priority maintained. Contemporary philosophy of mind continues debating how to understand the relationship between folk psychology and neuroscience investigated. The predictive success of folk psychology suggests it captures real patterns in human cognition and behaviour observed. But the relationship between these patterns and underlying neural mechanisms remains unclear and philosophically contested among researchers. Sellars framed the debate that continues generating productive work in philosophy and cognitive science collaboratively together. The eliminativism debate also connects to questions about artificial intelligence and whether machines can genuinely think cognitively. If thoughts are functional roles rather than intrinsic properties, suitably programmed machines might genuinely possess thoughts realized. If thoughts require biological realization or conscious experience, machines might at most simulate thinking without genuine cognition. Sellars' philosophy of mind provides resources for addressing these questions, though not determinate answers to them directly. Part 31. Major critiques and Sellars' resources for response. Sellars' philosophy has faced numerous criticisms that test the coherence and adequacy of his systematic vision overall. Examining the strongest objections and Sellars' potential responses deepens understanding of his position and its defensibility maintained. The critiques target different aspects of his system, from epistemology to philosophy of mind to metaphysics broadly. Addressing them reveals both the resources within Sellars' philosophy and genuine difficulties that remain challenging problematically. The coherentist regress objection questions whether Sellars escapes the regress problem he attributes to foundationalism legitimately. If all beliefs require justification from other beliefs, how does the chain of justification ever get started initially? Foundationalists argued that only self-justifying foundations can stop the regress that coherentism cannot escape inherently. Sellars seems to replace one regress problem with another equally vicious regress threatening knowledge claims made. Sellars responded by distinguishing between the order of being and the order of knowing as different considerations. In the order of being, physical objects exist prior to and independently of our knowledge of them completely. In the order of knowing, beliefs get justified holistically through their coherence with the total belief system held. No single belief is foundational, but the system as a whole is constrained by reliability requirements connecting it to reality. The reliability constraint connects coherentism to externalist elements that prevent it from floating free of the world entirely. Beliefs formed through reliable processes are likely true, anchoring the coherent system to reality through causal connections. The perceiver must also know they are reliable, adding an internalist requirement to the externalist reliability condition imposed. This two-ply account combines coherentist, reliabilist, and internalist elements into a sophisticated epistemological position defended. Critics of psychological nominalism objected that concept acquisition cannot occur if all awareness requires concepts already possessed. How do children acquire their first concepts if having concepts is a condition for any awareness of anything whatsoever? The objection threatens to make Sellars' position viciously circular, requiring concepts for their own acquisition impossibly. Concept acquisition would be impossible, yet concepts obviously do get acquired by all competent language users successfully. Sellars' response appeals to training within linguistic communities already possessing the relevant conceptual resources established historically. Children do not need pre-linguistic awareness to acquire concepts. They need responsive nervous systems and competent trainers present. Training shapes behavioral dispositions that constitute concept possession without requiring prior conceptual grasp by the learner initially. The bootstrapping occurs socially, not individually, solving the apparent circularity through appeal to community practices maintained. Critics of the myth of Jones questioned whether the theoretical status of mental concepts implies their reality genuinely. Perhaps Jones' thought and sensation posits are useful fictions, like centers of gravity, not referring to real entities. If so, eliminativism about mental states would follow from Sellars' own theoretical treatment of mental concepts directly. The myth would undermine rather than support realism about thoughts and sensations as genuine internal episodes existing. Sellars responded by emphasizing that theoretical posits in mature, well-confirmed theories refer to real entities genuinely existing. Electrons are theoretical posits that really exist. Thoughts can be theoretical posits that also really exist similarly. The theoretical origin of a concept tells us nothing about the ontological status of what the concept refers to. Jones's posits succeed because there really are internal episodes that the posits correctly describe and explain adequately. The hard problem of consciousness remains the most persistent challenge to Sellars' naturalistic philosophy of mind maintained. How physical processes produce qualitative experience seems to require more than functional organization or theoretical posit introduction alone. Sellars acknowledged this problem without claiming to solve it, hoping future science would provide necessary conceptual resources. Whether this hope is reasonable or whether consciousness requires non-naturalist treatment remains deeply contested among philosophers studying consciousness. Part 32. Connections to Cognitive Science, Neuroscience and AI. Sellars' philosophy connects productively with empirical research in cognitive science, neuroscience and artificial intelligence developing rapidly. His ideas anticipate and illuminate developments that occurred decades after his foundational philosophical work was published initially. Understanding these connections shows how philosophical analysis and empirical investigation can mutually inform each other productively. Sellars provides conceptual frameworks that help interpret scientific findings, while science tests philosophical claims empirically rigorously. The theory of mind in developmental psychology traces directly to Sellars' myth of Jones concerning mental concepts. Theorists argue that children understand minds by deploying folk psychological theories about mental states and their effects. Mental state attribution involves theoretical inference, not direct perception of others' thoughts through empathic connection immediately. This view developed partly through engagement with Sellars' account of how mental concepts function as theoretical posits introduced. Competing simulation theories propose that we understand others by simulating their mental states in our own minds. We imaginatively project ourselves into others' situations and read off what we would think or feel experiencing them. Sellars' framework suggests this debate may be partly verbal, concerning different aspects of mental state attribution processes. Both theoretical inference and simulation might contribute to our understanding of minds in different contexts encountered. Predictive processing theories in neuroscience echo Sellars' emphasis on concepts structuring perception from the top down actively. These theories propose that brains generate predictions about sensory input and update models based on prediction errors received. Perception is not passive reception, but active inference using prior expectations to interpret incoming sensory information processed. Sellars' rejection of the given anticipated this view that conceptual expectations shape perceptual experience fundamentally throughout. The embodied and enactive cognition movements extend Sellars' ideas about the practical dimensions of conceptual competence possessed. Cognition is not just internal computation, but involves bodily interaction with environments through skilled practical activity engaged. Concepts are not merely representational, but tied to abilities to perceive and act in concept-appropriate ways practically. Sellars' emphasis on language exit transitions and practical reasoning connects to these embodied approaches to cognition developed. Artificial intelligence research engages Sellars' ideas about the relationship between intelligence and rule-following behavior exhibited. Can machines that follow rules without understanding constitute genuine intelligence, or is something more required essentially? Sellars' distinction between pattern-governed behavior and rule-obeying behavior bears on debates about machine intelligence directly. True rule-following requires representing rules as such. Mere conformity to patterns falls short of genuine cognition exhibited. The frame problem in AI concerns how systems update beliefs appropriately when actions change the world encountered. Sellars' holistic semantics, where beliefs are interconnected through material inferences, illuminates why this problem is so difficult. Changing one belief potentially affects indefinitely many others through inferential connections not easily bounded in advance. The problem reflects the holistic character of conceptual content that Sellars emphasized throughout his semantic theory developed. Neural network approaches to cognition both support and challenge Sellarsian themes about the structure of mind studied. Networks can learn concepts through training without explicit rule programming, echoing Sellars' emphasis on training for concept acquisition. But networks may lack the explicit inferential structure that Sellars thought essential to genuine conceptual cognition possessed. Whether sub-symbolic processing can constitute the space of reasons remains debated in cognitive science and philosophy of mind. Sellars provides philosophical frameworks for interpreting neuroscientific discoveries about the mechanisms underlying cognition investigated empirically. Neuroscience describes the physical realization of cognitive processes that Sellars characterized functionally and normatively in his analysis. The relationship between these levels of description exemplifies Sellars' Janus-Faced position on reducibility and irreducibility obtaining simultaneously. Empirical progress does not resolve, but rather illuminates the philosophical questions Sellars raised about mind and nature explored. Part 33. Common Misconceptions Corrected. Several misconceptions about Sellars' philosophy circulate even among philosophers familiar with his work, superficially only. Correcting these misconceptions is essential for accurate understanding of his actual positions and their implications fully. The difficulty of his prose contributes to misunderstanding, as does selective reading of famous passages out of context. A comprehensive view of his systematic philosophy dissolves many apparent problems that arise from partial understanding only. Misconception 1. Sellars denies that we have any immediate knowledge of our own mental states through introspection. Actually, Sellars affirms that we have non-inferential knowledge of our thoughts and sensations through trained self-reporting capacities. What he denies is that this immediacy is epistemically foundational, requiring no other knowledge to possess epistemic status. Introspective knowledge is immediate phenomenologically, while being dependent epistemically on background knowledge about reliability conditions. Misconception 2. Sellars is a behaviorist who denies the existence of inner mental states and episodes entirely. Actually, Sellars explicitly affirms that thoughts and sensations are real inner episodes occurring within cognitive subjects genuinely. He denies only that our concepts of these episodes are acquired through direct introspective confrontation with given inner objects. The theoretical origin of mental concepts does not make them refer to non-existent theoretical fictions, but to real states. Misconception. 3. Sellars is an eliminativist who thinks folk psychology will be replaced by neuroscience completely, eventually. Actually, Sellars argued that folk psychological concepts serve irreplaceable functions that no scientific successor theory could perform adequately. The manifest image vocabulary of persons, reasons, and intentions is essential to rational agency and cannot be eliminated. Science may describe the physical realization of mental states without replacing our need to describe them normatively. Misconception 4. Sellars denies that perception provides any epistemic contact with the external world encountered directly. Actually, Sellars affirms that perception provides genuine, non-inferential knowledge of external objects under appropriate conditions, obtaining. What he denies is that this knowledge is foundational in requiring no conceptual capacities or background knowledge possessed. Perception connects us to the world epistemically, but this connection requires conceptual mediation and trained, reliable capacities functioning. Misconception 5. Sellars' coherentism makes knowledge entirely internal, cutting off any constraint from external reality genuinely. Actually, Sellars includes reliability requirements that connect the coherent belief system to the world through causal relations. Beliefs must be produced by reliable processes that track environmental features for them to constitute knowledge properly. The system is constrained by the world through observation reports that are causally responsive to external conditions encountered. Misconception. 6. Sellars thinks that only scientific claims are true and manifest image claims are all false assertions. Actually, Sellars thinks both images contain truths, though science has priority regarding what fundamentally exists ontologically. Manifest image claims about persons, colours, and values are true in their own terms and indispensable for human life. The challenge is understanding how truths at different levels relate, not denying truth to either level entirely. Misconception 7. Sellars' attack on the given applies only to sense data theories that few philosophers hold anymore today. Actually, the myth of the given takes many forms, and Sellars' critique applies to any version of epistemic foundationalism. Contemporary appeals to phenomenal consciousness, non-conceptual content, or basic beliefs all potentially fall prey to his arguments. The critique targets a structural feature of foundationalist epistemology, not just one particular implementation now abandoned historically. Misconception. 8. Sellars' philosophy is too difficult and obscure to be relevant to contemporary debates developing currently. Actually, Sellars anticipated and shaped many contemporary debates in epistemology, philosophy of mind, and philosophy of language ongoing. His difficulty reflects the genuine complexity of the problems addressed rather than unnecessary obscurity or poor writing quality. Patient engagement with his texts rewards readers with insights that remain philosophically vital and productive for ongoing work. Part 34. The Systematic Unity. How Everything Connects. Sellars' philosophy forms a unified systematic vision where epistemology, semantics, philosophy of mind, and metaphysics interconnect necessarily. Understanding any part fully requires understanding how it relates to every other part in the comprehensive system developed. This systematic character distinguishes Sellars from philosophers who address problems piecemeal without larger integrating vision guiding. Tracing the connections reveals the architectural structure underlying his diverse contributions across multiple philosophical domains addressed. The rejection of the given provides the foundation from which all other themes in Sellars' philosophy develop systematically. If there is no given, then knowledge requires concepts. Concepts require language. Language requires social practices maintained communally. This chain of requirements links epistemology to philosophy of language to social philosophy in necessary conceptual connections. The critique of givenness thus ramifies throughout the entire philosophical system as its generative starting point initially. The space of reasons emerges from the rejection of the given as the proper home of knowledge and meaning. Once we recognize that knowledge requires justification, we see that justification is a normative relation among conceptual items. The space of reasons is the normative structure within which beliefs, inferences, and actions get evaluated for rational merit. This space is constituted by social practices of giving and asking for reasons that maintain normative standards communally. Philosophy of mind connects through the myth of Jones, showing how mental concepts function as theoretical posits introduced. Thoughts and sensations are inner episodes introduced to explain behavior that Rylean behavioral resources could not explain adequately. Their theoretical status links to the rejection of the given. We do not know our minds through inner givens confronted. Mental self-knowledge is trained capacity for reliable self-reporting, not immediate confrontation with Cartesian certainty achieved. Inferentialism in semantics connects through the thesis that meaning is inferential role in the space of reasons occupied. Concepts get their content from how they function in inferences, both formal and material, that speakers make competently. This semantic theory links to epistemology because knowledge requires conceptual content that inferential role constitutes fully. And it links to philosophy of mind because mental content is the same inferential role realized in cognitive systems operating. Scientific realism connects through the relationship between the manifest and scientific images, requiring philosophical reconciliation achieved. If science describes what fundamentally exists, then manifest image objects must relate to scientific image descriptions somehow appropriately. Sellars' realism asserts that theoretical entities genuinely exist, not that they are merely instrumental fictions for prediction purposes. This realism links to epistemology through the reliability of scientific methods producing true theoretical claims about unobservables. The manifest and scientific images provide the overarching framework within which all other themes find their systematic place. The rejection of the given and the space of reasons belong to the manifest image of persons and rationality. Scientific realism and the Scientia Mensura concern the scientific image and its ultimate ontological authority over existence. The task of fusion brings these together, requiring the sophisticated account of reducibility and irreducibility Sellars develop carefully. Practical philosophy connects through the extension of the space of reasons to include practical reasoning about action performed. Intentions, obligations, and actions inhabit the same normative space as beliefs, inferences, and assertions about facts encountered. Rational agency involves both theoretical and practical reasoning, unified in the comprehensive space of reasons we inhabit together. Ethics and epistemology are not separate disciplines, but aspects of the single project of understanding rational beings completely. The systematic unity means that critiques of one part potentially affect the whole system depending on connections operative. But it also means that resources in one part can address problems arising in another through systematic connections. Sellars' philosophy must be evaluated as a whole, not piecemeal, to appreciate both its strengths and its vulnerabilities. This systematic character represents both philosophical ambition and philosophical risk, undertaken in pursuit of comprehensive truth about reality. Part 35. Conclusion. Sellars' place in philosophy. Wilfrid Sellars transformed philosophy in ways that continue shaping debates decades after his death in 1989 occurred. His attack on the myth of the given revolutionized epistemology, ending the dominance of foundationalist approaches to knowledge. His analysis of the space of reasons provided vocabulary and framework for understanding normativity that philosophers still use. His treatment of mental concepts as theoretical posits inaugurated functionalism and shaped philosophy of mind fundamentally. The distinction between manifest and scientific images frames debates about naturalism, reduction, and human self-understanding continuing. How to reconcile our self-conception as rational agents with our scientific understanding as physical systems remains unsolved. Sellars did not solve this problem, but articulated it with unmatched clarity and provided resources for addressing it. Every philosopher working on mind-body problems, scientific realism, or the nature of meaning inherits his framework implicitly or explicitly. His influence extends through students and philosophical heirs who developed his ideas in multiple productive directions taken. Brandom, McDowell, and the Pittsburgh School represent the most visible continuation of Sellarsian themes in systematic philosophy done. The Churchlands, Dennett, and scientific naturalists represent another trajectory, emphasizing empirical cognitive science connections pursued. Rorty, though departing from Sellars in important ways, acknowledged fundamental debts to his teacher and mentor throughout career. Sellars exemplified a kind of systematic ambition that became rare in analytic philosophy after specialization increased fragmenting disciplines. He sought to understand how everything hangs together, not just to solve isolated puzzles clever philosophers might construct. This synthetic ambition connects him to the great systematic philosophers of the past, like Kant and Hegel, engaged. But he pursued systematic vision using the analytical tools and scientific orientation of 20th century professional philosophy mastered. His difficulty remains an obstacle to wider influence outside professional philosophy and even within it among non-specialists. He revised his papers until only he could understand them, then revised once more as he allegedly quipped humorously. This difficulty reflects genuine complexity of problems addressed, but also stylistic choices that limited his readership substantially. Secondary literature, making his ideas accessible, continues growing, enabling engagement with his philosophy more broadly among interested readers. The questions Sellars raised have not been answered definitively, and productive disagreement continues among his interpreters today. Whether the space of reasons can be reconciled with scientific naturalism divides left-wing from right-wing Sellarsians persistently. Whether his treatment of sensory consciousness succeeds or requires supplementation by other approaches remains contested among specialists. These ongoing debates testify to the fertility of his philosophical vision, generating productive work still being done. Philosophy makes progress not by solving all problems, but by clarifying what the problems are and providing better frameworks. Sellars clarified the problem of reconciling the manifest and scientific images better than anyone before him accomplished. He provided frameworks for thinking about knowledge, meaning and mind that structure inquiry even when his specific solutions falter. This is the deepest kind of philosophical contribution, changing how we understand what we are trying to understand fundamentally. The aim of philosophy, Sellars wrote, is to understand how things hang together in the broadest possible sense. Few philosophers have pursued this aim more relentlessly or with greater systematic vision than Sellars himself exemplified. His work invites continued engagement, criticism, and development rather than passive acceptance or dismissal without understanding attempted. The true measure of a philosopher is the productive thinking their work generates, and by that measure Sellars succeeds.